I'm still just waiting for my mom to be home so I can do this
I know. I know.
fucking thing. They know you. Ow. I can already tell you're not funny, you motherfucker. Damn.
What the fuck are you on about? I'm not fucking ready for this.
I'm not awake for this shit. My brain
Hey,
can't
neither
function.
was I, damn it, and I've been up since fucking 4 a.m.
No, I'm talking about this fucking thing. Why the? How can you be stupid?
No comment.
Trying Can I skip the 10? Nope, I can't skip the 10. So you motherfucking shit. They don't. It doesn't have American time.
You fucking. Are you struggling with that badly right now about a fucking time zone?
Yes, I am.
Why?
Cause it's stupid.
Hey, a lot of technology is stupid. Damn it. That's not an app that I wanted to open, motherfucker. Let's see who
I clicked
comes in.
yes. What are you gonna give me? Give me a time zone. What are you gonna give me?
I don't fucking know. What
Any six bitches.
fucking my cousin texted me this morning at like fucking 5 a.m. And then I told him about yesterday's stream. He goes, "Are they a Letterkenny fan?" I'm like, "Do you not see the references on in that fucking drawing? Like, what? Why are
Whoa,
you
is
asking
he
me that
trying to
stupid
rhyme?
question?"
Is he
No,
trying to
so
rhyme? I'm talking.
no, so I
Oh,
did
look, you
a.
finally pop up. You fuck. Hello. Goodbye.
Oh
So,
fuck.
a certain thing that pops up on my screen all the damn time, which is why I keep my task manager up so I can just go click on it and then go straight to fuck you, delete you. Goodbye.
Interesting. So I did a drawing for William, and he's seen it and everything, which I
I
have
saw that. So
screenshots
I
to
didn't
prove
comment
it.
on it. I was just like, I was not all there.
I know. So that
It was
that's
it
why
was
my
messy. It was really
cousin.
bad.
That's why my cousin was like, "Are they a Letterkenny fan?" Because I put some references on that drawing from Letterkenny, and I'm just like, "Do you not? Why are you asking me this question when it's on the fucking drawing itself? You should be able to answer your own question." The fuck. But
Ooh, I didn't
according,
know they had that on. I had one.
what the fuck? No comment.
One of my favorite movies.
Oh.
Have you ever heard the movie called Killers?
I think so.
Here, it's got these characters. I'll show you.
So I find it funny because when William came into the chat yesterday to see, he goes, he's screaming in my chat saying, "Oh my silver, that is awesome! You
Yes.
make me blush."
Has some poop in the back. She has some poop in the front. Please pick those up. I am.
I
Okay, be
love
safe.
how that's on the stream right now.
Right? I don't know why it picks up. I don't know why the damn panel picks up more sound in my
I
freaking Discord.
don't know. It's very concerning at this point.
That's ironic that happened. I'm
But William straight up says That's the most beautiful and racist guitar design I have ever seen. You are a doll. And I'm like, I have no comment. He's like, to be fair, because that's a reference from Kenny. And then he
Ooh.
goes, I'm gonna
I
have to
have
give
this.
you a big old hug one day, darling. I'm like, that okay. I'm like, at some point, yes, that will happen. But I swear, I'm gonna start calling him Beetlejuice because I can't with that fucking person. Like, if you say his name 3 times, I swear he shows the fuck up. It's weird.
I texted it.
Yeah, for who?
Zombie. Because he
I
likes
am
raccoons
not.
too.
Oh, okay.
I
I
feel like a
would.
zombie would be suitable. My mom
I
just
would have to
went to the
try to
garage door.
find I would have to try to find something for that.
Okay. You ready? But I'm really hesitant to start.
I mean, I already started the stream, so.
No, I meant start on my ghost thing.
Oh, I mean, if you
I
want to, that's up to
forgot the
you.
damn name for this thing.
That's up to you.
Yay! Oh, okay.
No comment.
My friend just texted me saying happy birthday, and I'm like, nah. Because I have my phone right here in the pipe, and I'm like, eh.
I'm like, that's the weird start of the of the app. I'm like, did they change that? The fuck?
Oh, bitch, you're loud.
You forgot how loud it is.
Ouch.
Oh,
Can you guys not all
God.
talk at once, please? Shit. Who?
Just interrupt them and fucking yell at them for a minute. To make them shut the
Texting
fuck up.
me.
Not those people, but okay.
Who is in this room with me right now? Shut up for a damn second and tell me who the fuck is in this damn room.
Oh, I'm fucking dead.
That was slightly clear. Who is here in this room with me right now? For some reason, I heard Beetle. Like, what? Who's in this room with me and what is your name? Oh, fuck you guys are loud. Who is in this room with me and what is your name? Can you repeat that more clearly, please? Yeah, that was just creepy. Who's in this room with me? What is your name? Child.
Child.
Whoever's in this room with me, can you please give me your name? Clearly. Ow.
I love how, as you're doing that, I feel a presence right the fuck next to me.
You son of a bitch. Ow.
How did
My heel started hurting out of nowhere.
I don't know how to respond to that, but okay.
You think physical feelings Courtney?
I'm feeling Courtney, yeah. She's always with me. She's like, oh, what's happening? Just fucking comes in closer.
Whoever's in this room with me right now, what is your name? Can you say it clearly, please?
They're not going to. I don't think they want to talk to you.
They never do.
I don't know what it is, but they never want to for some fucking reason. Yeah, hi. Dark Knob. Dragon's in the chat. I specifically
Jack?
told him that he can stay in the side chat, but he ain't coming up on panel.
Rip
So-
Dragon.
Well, I told him only certain people are gonna be up here, so.
Love you too, brother. Who the hell is in my room with me? And what the fuck is your damn name? Wait, repeat that.
Hold on. Fucking
Who's in my room? What is your name? And what do you want with me?
And what do you want?
I can see you in my background messing around with my shit. Why so many children?
I don't know.
This
don't know.
sweetie.
I don't know.
I just heard the word help. Very clearly. Ow.
Help me!
I did that. My arm popped. It's okay.
You dumbass.
You him, Mom. You not just say fucking bitch.
On your own birthday. I'm freaking
Oh, okay. One just said happy birthday in a whispering voice. What the fuck?
Are you
Hello,
fucking
William. How's it going?
Hi, William. Well, girl my ass cheeks and call me a prick. What the fuck? What the actual fuck?
Who are you? What do you want? And what is your name?
Fuck.
Say it clearly.
Would you like to come up on panel, William? What's
I'm sorry, what?
What's with that face?
I
What's
clearly
with
heard
the
the word God.
I'm fucking dead. I'm already having a hard time breathing because I'm laughing so hard. Ow. Oh, that's funny. Oh, good. This is a
Who's
good
in
start
my
of the
room?
stream.
What is your name? Please say it clearly.
You're not gonna get a fucking. Apparently, God is in her
I
room.
just
and I
got the words your mom.
What? You're sassy today. Damn. Oh,
What is your
fuck
name?
off.
I can see you messing my shit behind me.
I'm already fucking tears of crying right now.
Well, yo, fucking duh, Dragon. I know that shit. I've been
We
dealing with a
already
lot of
knew
shit.
that they don't want to talk to her, fucking dumbass.
Wait, I
God
just heard the
damn.
name that I was fucking with me last night.
Wait, what's the name?
You know the name.
Do
It's
I?
off the D.
Are you fucking serious?
I really want to ask how it was. Can you ask it? I fucking bring.
I
Oh,
can't.
you're talkative. Hello.
Did I hear Silver and Jess?
They said no.
And then I hear no. Fucking ass.
Who is in this room with me? Give me your damn name. I'm not fucking around anymore. Give me your fucking name. I don't give a shit how many of you fucking talk. As long as it's damn fucking clear.
Jesus Christ. I'm assuming that was William that was giving me the hearts. I'm confused. I'm so confused right now.
Did I did I just hear the word Steve? I low-key want to make fun of that. Did I hear the name Steve?
Steve?
I just heard the word yup as well. So is Steve the one that's with me right now?
I'm dead.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know.
Here did it? What kind of language is that, Dragon?
He's saying that he heard the name.
Oh,
Hi, Steve. Really?
did I hear the name Steve? Yes or no? I'm hearing so many names.
See, this
So are
is
you,
one
Dragon.
of
Says
the.
the biggest dumbass of them all.
This is the reason why you're not coming up on fucking panel, damn it.
Steve. I can't even say the name properly without saying Steve.
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 Steve here.
Steve. Are you in my room right now? Are you the one messing with my shit? I just heard Steve.
You just heard
Is
me.
that
What?
your way of saying yes? Saying your own damn name? I could have sworn I heard the word arsenal.
Arsenal? What the fuck?
I know what that is too. Is Steve in my room right now, or is there someone else here? Ow. My ear.
I know how I feel.
Who is in my room? Can you say your name clearly? I just heard the word man.
I was gonna say something to Jack, and then you said that, and I couldn't think anymore. Fucking damn it. I call bullshit.
Who's in my room with me right now? Tell me your name. I don't give a shit on who else fucking talks. Give it to me clearly. I like how I just got silenced for a bit. I can see someone messing with my shit. Give me your name, please.
Only certain people are allowed. Only the people that had the link to come up on panel can join on panel. And there's not a lot of them either. I have chosen certain specific people for a reason. Damn it. I told you this. I'm just struggling to get this fucking answer. I still find it funny it just says, your mom. Fucking damn.
Who? Yeah. Who is messing with my shit? Give me a clear name, and everyone else shut the fuck up. The one that's not in my room.
You forget next. What the fuck language is that? What do you mean you forget next time now? What?
Who's in my room? Say your name clearly. I can see you messing with my shit. My fan does not hit that far till you actually move the whole fucking shirt.
Can you spell motherfucking English? Because you're confusing the hell out of me. Oh, we got Mr. William. Hello.
That's an interesting profile picture.
So tell me, what kind of booga booga are you talking about today?
Well, Jess is trying to find out her name or whatever is messing with her. She's choking and dying over there. Using a spirit box, but I have a story that I was gonna tell, and I was gonna review a episode from someone's podcast that is actually technically a family member of mine, who I did not approve of them telling my story without my approval because of someone that lives in this house. So yeah, I'm gonna be doing that today.
Well, don't let me slow you down.
No, you're not. I'm waiting for her to get. Good morning! You have the link to come up here if you want to. Jess is doing a spirit box trying to get a fucking answer of the hell's in her room, but well, it seems to be very, very salty today because it's been saying your mama for an answer at one
I can
point.
still
which
see you
was
moving my
hilarious.
shit. Give me your damn fucking name and clearly.
You know
Is
it's
that
not.
how you talk to dead folk? Is that the language you use with the dead?
I don't give a shit at this point. I've been messed with so fucking much this week.
It's called her a bitch. It's called her, or it said, your mama and all this shit. It wants nothing to do with her at
Okay,
all.
so it doesn't owe you money, right?
No.
So why are you fucking with it? It clearly doesn't want to be fucked with, and you're just like, you're gonna talk to me!
She's trying to get an answer, but okay, here's what I can tell you. I've done a lot of these spirit box sessions, and they're not very helpful. They just want to scream and shit. So most of the questions that we will ask, they don't want to answer, which gives you some kind of a clue. But she's trying to get an answer, but it's ignoring her question.
Have you offered it something yet?
Jess?
What did you offer it?
That fucking look gives you an answer.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't help me at all. That look is like that makes me think she offered it something dirty. You offer that thing something dirty, you naughty thing.
It's her
Okay.
birthday too.
My
So-
brain can't think for shit.
So what does it need? I mean, you don't have anything to offer it right now. You haven't made any offers. Why would it be nice to you? You're like Jehovah's Witnesses bothering it when it doesn't want to be bothered, trying to get answers, trying to get it to talk to you. What have you offered it?
You know, I wonder something.
What?
If that one spirit that I had in here that didn't bother me, but that one got it to go kind of side.
I didn't quite understand that.
Remember that one I had in here that you said that you think it has a crush on me?
Yes.
The
Flirting.
other one got
with
that
you.
one to work with it and help it.
Well, give it
I
a
wanted that
little.
one
See if
so bad.
that makes it happy. I don't think you can get like STDs from spirits. I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter. Like if they bust spirit nuts in you, you still okay.
I'm fucking dead.
Who's the spirit that's in my room? I heard Sam.
Sam? First it
Did I
was
hear the word
Steve,
Sam?
and now it's Sam. Oh,
Did I hear the word Sam? Say yes or no clearly.
I have no comment.
Who's in my room with me? What is your name? Say it clearly. Radio? Much?
What the fuck? You're clearly not getting shit from
I
it.
heard Maria.
Maria.
Did I hear that correctly?
Now you're just getting a bunch of random ass names. How are
Oh,
you
you
this
shush for a
morning,
second.
Gloria?
Who's in my room with me right now? Give me a clear name. Repeat it. Who's in my room with me right now? Give me a clear fucking name. I keep getting Maria.
Well, you did say if it wasn't a male, you would smack them.
I said if
So-
it was a male, can I smack it?
Well, I didn't hear that correctly, damn it. Although I'm pretty sure you cannot smack a spirit.
You
so
know
good
what
luck.
I mean. Shut the fuck up.
No.
I can tell you still in this fucking room.
It's not going to fucking answer you. This is gonna take like forever. That look is concerning me.
I can tell it's you.
I know. I'm pretty sure Courtney's very curious right now because it feels like she's leaning in, staring at the screen.
I know for a fact, like, yeah, because the fan does hit the long sleeved one, but like that blue shirt was moving more than like the others. It's still kind of
Okay.
swaying. You can see it. Like, it doesn't hit that spot. It hits over here, the fan, a little bit. I can feel it,
Interesting.
but it doesn't hit where my blue shirt's at. And you can see it swaying.
Yeah, I can kind of see
It's
that.
also moving over here a little bit too. The fan does not hit in this corner at all.
Mm.
Okay.
How are you,
The
how are
fan
you
doesn't hit
doing?
it
Oh
either.
my god.
Oh my God. I swear, if I have fucking two, I'm going to lose my mind.
I thought we were established that you have two.
Those last two are gone. Brandon kind of went ham and destroyed them.
I'm not even gonna ask any fucking questions of how, but okay. How are you today, there, Ape? You've got the link to come up here if you want to. After she stops screaming at her phone.
Okay, you're gonna start. I can. Okay. You started to use a bit of my energy, which I don't care. I got. Okay. I don't give a shit.
So I have no idea if we pissed off William or not. Because he just like went poof. I'm confused. But for everyone else that's in chat, are you ready to now start hearing my story that I really don't want to fucking talk about, but I'm gonna fucking have to? Very, very concerned.
I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. Thing is, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click that. That is not what I was expecting. Fuck. For sure. 8%? I'm confused on what's happening right now. Why is it not? What the hell? It's like not actually doing anything. My fucking ears just got killed. God fucking damn it. And now it doesn't want to do anything again. Really? What the fuck? Stop. What the fuck is happening right now? The fuck? Oh, fuck off with that. Alright, well. Apparently, I have no idea what the fuck's going on with that. Kinda killed my fucking eardrums, too. I'm kinda fucking lying. I'm not fucking ready for this. This is fucking terrifying. I'm like stuck on myself right now. I swear. I'm pretty sure Dragon left, so I don't know who's actually still here. As I'm so not ready to fucking do this. This is not normal for me. Or little and I'm not fucking used to it. I'm legitimately stalling myself at the moment. As I'm also waiting for her crazy ass to get back here. I can't really technically start until she gets back. So that's where I'm at the moment. While I'm slowly dying inside. Welcome back. I don't know if Ape is even still here. But I did text him, so. William was up here, but I don't know if I have no idea if we pissed off William because he went poof off the panel, and it concerns me. You missed William coming up on panel, and Jess was still doing the spirit box thing, and it seems like he went poof and is probably not coming back. So I have no idea if we pissed him off or not. I guess we'll find out. If he doesn't come back, then, well, we probably did piss him off. Yep. But I'm also waiting for other people to start joining chat and stuff. So. I'm like legitimate stalling myself at the moment. Because it's just something I've never fucking have done before. And I am completely fucking nervous for this because we may or may not get actual answers. I don't know. All I can just say is I'm fucking terrified. Like, I have the fucking episode ready to go. But I can't review the episode yet after I tell my fucking story, which is making me more goddamn fucking nervous. And also can't start until she gets her ass back here. What do you mean, Dragon? The episode I'm gonna be reviewing it has nothing to do with you. It has to do with me. What fucking truck is that? All I hear is fucking. It sounds like an ambulance, but it's not. What kind of fucking truck is that? Okay, so hear your name from where then? Just put it in your shelf. And then yeah, but she already ended the session, so she's just doing something right now, and I'm waiting for her to come back so I can start telling my fucking story. It's just fucking killing me at this point. Like, I don't want to do this, but I kinda have to get motherfucking answers. I don't know what to tell you. You know, I did fucking get high earlier, but apparently I ain't fucking high enough for this. The fuck? Is that how you're supposed to fucking listen? Yeah, I don't know what else to tell you there, kid. Honestly. Trying to stall myself. Stalling myself is clearly not fucking helping. I'm just saying right now. No, it's not. Fucking. I can't fucking stall myself because I feel like my anxiety is like just slowly rising. The more I fucking am trying to wait to fucking get this over and done with, my anxieties keep going up. So it's not fucking working well enough for me. Someone already knows about that too. Damn it. Buffering? What's buffering? What the fuck? The stream was buffering? I'm confused. You're confusing me. Plus, I only have one computer turned on, and it's this one, obviously. So. I was buffering? You're confusing the fuck out of me. You need to be more fucking specific. Are you telling me that my brain is buffering? Or that my camera was motherfucking buffering? What are you fucking on about? Yes, I'm fucking trying to stall myself. Shut up. Now he's confusing me. What's happening right now? Not saying out loud. He's like, it's already over? No. I haven't fucking started my story yet. The hell? I'm so confused. You're saying that my brain's buffering. He's fucking saying that I fucking don't know him. Hi. Fucking Dragon was just saying that he was confusing me in chat because he goes buffering and I'm like, what do you mean buffering? He goes, no, you, and I'm like, fucking explain it, and then he goes, your brain. I'm like, oh yeah, thanks. So, and then you texted me with that. I'm like, well, now I'm confused. The fuck? Okay, I honestly, I can't right now. I'm trying to stall myself, but it hasn't seems to work.
My phone's doing its own weird shit. Plus, I was talking to my mom, so I was like, when I came back, I was like, it's not live anymore. But
Oh yeah, I know. Shut up, Dragon. One span at a time, Silver dead. What the fuck? You need to speak more fucking English, damn it. What the hell?
yeah, I don't know if it's like talk to text or what, but all that shit in the side chat's just whack. I'm sorry.
I mean, talk to text is technically shitty anyway, because like most of the time it doesn't want to type out of like what the fuck you're doing. But he's not actually talking to speech to text, he's actually typing. So he's just doing this on his own. No. Well, maybe that's another reason why I told you can't join Parent, damn it. Fucking pain in my ass. Now I'm waiting for her fucking ass to come back so I can actually start this damn thing. What the fuck are you going through, dude? Are you high on something? I mean, I was trying to earlier, but apparently that just somehow just fucking appeared when I started this. This is bullshit. It's like right when I came home and started this fucking thing, it's like, well, I'm gone. Yeah, you are high on something. What are you high on? Shut up! You're not helping! Fucking asshole. This is your plane. I know it's my fucking plane, but shut up. I'm so glad you're not up here so I can just fucking put you backstage anyway. For your own well-being. You're high on dragon stuff. What fucking English is that? Is Jess? What are you? Speak, damn it. You're confusing my fucking brain already. Don't be doing that. Yeah, I know she's taking forever. She likes to take her sweet ass fucking time. Someone needs to smack this boy. I swear. He needs to get fucking slapped upside the head. This is fine, I can see you going crazy. Fucking rude. Yeah, I don't know what happened with William. He just like poofed and never came back, so I don't know if we pissed him off or something.
That's what happens with William. You know, sometimes he comes into streams from the job, and sometimes he's just gets distracted. He's watching probably multiple streams, I imagine.
Probably, I don't know.
Like
Because
we're
he
talking
asked
about
a question. Yeah, he asked just a question and muted himself and then left. And I'm like, okay, well then.
Hey, maybe he just came in to ask that particular question to get around to asking.
Yeah, I know. Like, I don't get the fact that he wants to hear. Like, he already has asked me the question. He's heard my answer. But with just his question, he didn't get to hear her answer. So it's like, the fuck kind of shit. Get in line? What the fuck? Boy, you need to get in line to get bitch snacked upside the head, is what you need. Like I said, this is possibly the reason why you're not on panel. Because I don't trust your ass for this stream today. My brain is fucked already. I swear. Oh, I even mentioned the William drawing towards my cousin, and he fucking asks me at like fucking 8 something in the morning, asking me, "Are they a Letterkenny fan?" And I so badly want to respond with, "What are you, blind?" Like, there's references of Letterkenny in the fucking drawing. You're technically answering your own question. The fuck, but I didn't actually do that. I wanted to, but I didn't. Yeah, I know my brain is dead. Captain Obvious. Dragon, I think you're gonna fucking at some point understand as to why I don't have you on panel. But as to what this episode fucking is, as I'm still waiting her fucking shit to come back. That sounds wrong. I don't know what came in my head. She didn't exactly say what she was doing, but she's like straight up taking her sweet ass time. Even though she knows. 5 years later, yeah, that's just for you. Like she told me earlier, I think it was before I started this stream, that she's not fully awake, but she has a lot of energy. that part confused the shit out of me when she said that. And I'm like, what the fuck? Okay.
It's kind of like me in the morning. Like my body starts moving, but my brain doesn't want to wake up. I'm like
Yeah.
roll over back to sleep, and I'll wake up, and I'm like walking in my sleep and shit. Like, but like laying down, not like sleeping. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens to a lot of us, unfortunately. Except she does get up to move around. It's just I don't know exactly as to why her brain is so 10 times more dead than mine. So, oh, I did tell my cousin about the stream, so I don't know if he's actually gonna come in here. Even though I specifically told him that he's gotta install YouTube to actually type in chat, but I don't think he read that message. So there's a good chance he's gonna fucking try to type in chat again and text and be like, I can't type in chat. I'll be like, did you install fucking YouTube yet? Fucking, I swear. I'm gonna fucking text her to get her ass back in here. Let's see if she's on her phone. Because I can type so fucking fast without misspelling while my brain is dead. How the hell does that work? Yeah. Honestly, like I said before, doing something like this, I've never thought I would ever be doing my entire life, but we may get some answers. Although I'm gonna have to turn his fucking episode thing down because it kind of started killing my fucking eardrums when I try to start it. To pause it at the right time. Fucking Jesus. And the thing is, it's 15 minutes, 53 minutes long, but I'm not entirely sure if I'm gonna actually do the whole entire thing. So, we'll see about that. If she comes back, well, I fucking messaged her in Discord. She's got her phone on because I can see that she's on her phone, but I don't think she's seen the message. As that idiot sounds like he was trying to race someone on my street for some reason. Okay, he says be right back, so now I'm curious on who's gonna come back first. Him or her. It's like a challenge between them both.
Race. Race.
Yep. It's a race. It's a race, alright. I just honestly still find it funny from last night that William was like, that is the most beautiful and racist guitar design I have ever seen. And I'm like, okay. I'll go.
Great.
It is fucking great, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if it's because I had the bottom of the drawing was like just a raccoon just flipping people off or something. I don't know if that's what.
That's the whole
I
thing.
couldn't
That's
read
what
it.
this whole thing came from. 'Cause that guy Pocket Locker was over there basically saying like, oh, he couldn't use any images of a raccoon. They're all, yeah, it doesn't matter what it is. Like, white
Yeah.
guy plus raccoon equals racist. That was the whole thing. I was like, what?
I remember that. I was like, what the fuck? Fucking honestly, people concern me. But I'm not gonna lie, like, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I have to say this one thing about Pixie. Here's the thing. It seems like when she talks the way she does, it seems as if she does not actually breathe before she continues fucking talking. She's been doing that so many times that I've noticed. I'm like, how is she not fucking dead yet? The fuck? She ain't fucking breathing to continue to talk. She's just continuing to throw shit out there. I'm just like, how much breath did you capture before actually talking in your lungs? Jesus.
Yeah, she's using that inward singing technique, like Tenacious D. It's like she can verbalize on the inhale and the exhale. So
I'm not surprised. Cause like she was just screaming and shit. Then it was calm, and then it was screaming again. Calm, like they're not gonna get this to stop. I know it. I'm just like laying the fuck down. I'm like, they're just gonna keep going back and forth of screaming and then being calm and then screaming and being calm. Like this is gonna go on forever. Fucking Jesus. But it seems as if like even Rex though, I don't know. It seems as if like whenever someone says something specific, he automatically has to talk over people and try to get them to shut the fuck up when they're trying to make their point. And I'm just like, what the fuck? I know he gets drunk all the time and shit, but it seems like he just doesn't know how to actually let the person make their point. Most of the time. But not gonna lie, that was a very interesting stream on Hillary's last night. Fucking name.
it's also really hard, like a conversation like that, when somebody's trying to make multiple points, almost like you have to write everything down. It's like as soon as they make the first point, move on to the second point, but you want to reply to the first thing they just said. So I understand that part of it.
Right. Most of it I didn't quite understand because it seemed like he was going, like, as what I think Rex said, beating around the bush. Like, just, I don't know. A lot of shit was going on through that whole entire stream, and I'm just like, can someone just please fucking do something about this? Because it was driving me nuts. I'm gonna text my cousin in a minute to see what the fuck he's doing. Now, here's the weird part about doing this kind of stream. If my cousin does actually end up listening to this, he's probably gonna ask me a lot of fucking questions and be like, I never knew that. And be like, well, now you know. He knows a lot of other things about me, but he doesn't exactly know, like, my story and other people's stories on something like this. Because I don't think most of the people that is in this episode he possibly hasn't met or doesn't remember meeting them. So that's gonna be interesting. As my phone is being an asshole at the moment. I really don't know what the fuck she's doing. I'm like waiting for her ass to get back. God fucking damn it. Just now, this is just like a moment of silence because Jess ain't fucking back yet. And I'm trying to get this over and done with, but no, I gotta wait for her. Fuck. Because she needs to hear this. But yeah, I was at the cemetery earlier, but I only stayed at the cemetery for like fucking 20 minutes because it's so fucking hot out and I was already sweating my ass off. I'm like, I can't stay here for long. It's too hot out.
Next time you do one of these, we'll try to get my my friend Ben to come on. Since we can talk paranormal, hook him up with a link and let him know in advance.
I don't mind
He
meeting
works
like
with box too and divining rods and stuff like that. Yeah, he does. He's got a lot of videos out. Bye.
that kind of stuff I want to get my hands on for some reason for this technically with my team. The fuck was that? I don't know what noise that was, but that was weird. I don't know, I feel like we should start setting up a timer of between Dragon and Jess. I don't think I'm actually gonna do that. Now, the other thing about doing this too is kind of don't want my uncle to know that I'm reviewing his episode, let alone that I have a ghost channel. My mom doesn't know that, so I guess that's a good thing. But still, that would be really fucking awkward. I think the only thing that we have for our hunting investigations with this team that I have is like our tarot cards, equipment that fucking Jenna has, which terrifies me because most of the things in there is like some fucking pointy stick, and I'm just like, what are we? I straight up said to her, like, we're not here to slay fucking monsters. What the fuck? I don't know why she has that, but she does.
Okay, I come back to also being in Discord, and I'm very ashamed now. After what I told you.
Oh, you're finally fucking back after how long?
Shut up! I haven't showered.
No.
But I'm concerned because Marshall's in the VC, and I just told him because I found something out. Oh, fuck,
What?
he left. No!
Whoa.
Motherfucker.
Well, I guess Jess came back before Dragon. So Jess wins. Oh, and then he comes back. That's funny. Yeah, she just came back. So now I gotta try to figure out how I'm gonna start this. Without my brain slowly dying of brain cells. Because I feel like I'm like embarrassing myself here, but at the same time, there's a reason why I'm doing this. What?
I also look like High Ape.
Yeah, he's been here for a while. Actually, technically, he's been here since you were gone. So, yeah, this is what the fuck noise is that?
Alright.
I know it's your birthday, but damn.
I'm shoving a croissant
Okay.
in my face. Leave me alone.
You're shoving what in your face?
A croissant.
I thought you said you're just shoving salt in your face. I'm like, what? All my ears hurt. I'm like,
Yeah,
what the
I'm
fuck?
cleansing myself. That's what I'm doing. You.
Oh, this is when you know my brain is already slowly dying because I don't want to do this. Dragon's like, what? So I already texted my cousin for this too, so I even told him that if he is listening, he's gotta fucking
Really?
tell
You go
me.
fucking offline?
What the fuck are you talking about there, child?
I know you don't work today. You said you didn't.
No comment. So there is a specific story that's apparently already out there. Obviously, what the actual fuck?
Michael's on top, you know.
Is your croissant fucking just decided to grow legs and arms and started beating the shit out of you?
It's hot still in certain spots because I kind of nuked it for 50 seconds to get all the butteriness out.
I have no comment to that. Well then, that's
Ow.
not how. That is not how I want to start my fucking story. But okay. Well then, let's talk about food.
Yeah, my favorite croissant grew legs and started beating my ass. Okay, shut up.
Yeah, like how my shower rod grew legs and arms and was beating the shit out of my brother somehow.
I still
I-
love that. I'm not gonna lie.
I do too. I want to fucking so badly. You know what I should have done is while we were at the wedding and he was plastered drunk and him and I were talking about like what he did to
Okay, like,
me
it
in
was
the
just funny as
past.
fuck.
I should have asked him, hey, like I should have straight up fucking questioned him about how did my shower attack him that day. Like I should have, because he was still plastered at that time.
Like,
So
I just
like,
find it funny how he comes into your background and
I'm
he's like,
stalling
your
myself
shower
right now.
attacked me. And I'm like, what? What am I hearing?
Yeah, fucking, I gotta find that stream. I really.
I just
I
find it
don't.
funny how he just comes randomly in the background like, your shower attacked me. Like, what do you mean?
Do you remember if it was on my YouTube channel or if it was on my old Twitch account?
I think you were streaming on both at the time.
Well, I think I deleted my old Twitch, so that's fucked. But yeah, I gotta find that fucking video. That I really want to play
was-
that. Which is gonna take like fucking 1,000 years later. Alright, try not to stall myself here. God fucking damn you. Fucking smack you for that. So my story has technically already been out there into the open without my approval. I'm not sharing that on panel because I already know that it's you and him. They don't really need to know that. As you're still stalling myself, fucking damn you. So basically, this is a story that has to do with me, but this story that's been out in the open has not been used with names, which I guess is a good thing. But the only part of it is, they said the state. So that's not cool. I still didn't approve of that, but it was only like 5 minutes into their bonus episode. So my story that I'm about to tell you is a story of I was a young little fucking child. Normally, kids would have on what's called imaginary friends. And well, apparently seems to me that this one is not an actual imaginary friend. Come to find out, still kind of mad about that. That unfortunately, as a kid, I thought I had a imaginary friend, because of everything, but I guess that didn't really exactly go down that route. To where, as I'm talking to this so-called imaginary friend, my mother has asked me, who am I talking to, and if I can practically describe to her of what it was. So, according to her, because this is what she wrote in that fucking story, which I don't think is actually kind of true. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think I've ever said that kind of color, but whatever. Is that when I described this so-called entity to her, she kind of just brushed it off like, she's a kid, like, kids are kids kind of thing. Where what I described of this thing was that it was all brown and no face. So at that point, I didn't really, as she fucking comes back home, good timing. That basically I was not really like understanding and knowing on what it was. So at this point on, for years, I've been talking with a spirit. And I got confirmation of that from our family friend named Stevo, who had the same imaginary friend, but he described it as all black with white stripes. Now, I named this imaginary friend of mine named Boy. I don't know what he named it, which I although am kind of curious for some reason. But since he's like fucking half my age, I think, if I remember correctly, I don't know how old he is, that he had the same imaginary friend as I did when he was little. So, from this point on, I haven't really like spoken to this so-called imaginary friend, but I've gotten a lot of questions from my mother recently about it, which terrified her, and well, I don't really blame her. But at the same time, I'm kind of disappointed that she didn't actually come ask me before she fucking told someone. That she's now second thinking that it wasn't actually a imaginary friend that I was talking to. So now she's technically curious but concerned if I was actually talking to a spirit. Now, the episode that I'm going to be reviewing is from an uncle of mine who goes and investigates different locations from around the world, apparently, and comes back home and makes episodes of them, talks about them on his podcast. Now, don't judge the name of his podcast. It is kind of questionable, I'm not gonna lie. His podcast is called For the Booze. It's a very interesting name. I don't know how he came up with that name, but it is very fucking interesting, not gonna lie. But there's, I don't know how many episodes he's done. I think as far as that I'm looking at right now, he's probably done at least 50, I think. Like, he's been to Croatia, he's been to Ohio, Illinois, a lot of different fucking locations. There might be a chance he has probably gone to California, I don't know. But he's been to like legitimate fucking almost everywhere. Oh, the fuck he was been to? Goddamn Italy. I'm jealous about that. I'm just looking through of where he's actually been to. But yeah, he's done so many of these that I can't fucking keep up. But with this podcast that he's got, he does a podcast not only by himself, but he does it with his wife. So I don't really exactly know if he is a believer or a skeptic. I don't remember if his wife is a skeptic. I kind of don't really remember that. But this episode is not like I'm gonna share screen. Well, I am gonna share screen, but like it's not like something to watch. It's more of something to really listen to because it's not like a video. It is 53 minutes long, and yeah, we might get some answers, and he might talk about some other people in my family who has experienced around this kind of shit. So yeah, this is gonna be interesting. This is the legitimate one as to reason why I didn't want to do this, but at the same time I want to, and to get it fucking over done with because I do want to get answers of what I've been more likely dealing with in a way. As far as like whether or not was I actually fucking hanging out with spirits since I was a kid, or was I fucking going nuts for my entire life kind of thing. So this is his podcast. You can get it on iHeartRadio. I think he's got it on iTunes, Spotify, possibly. I think he might have it everywhere. He does have a YouTube channel. If I can maybe find it, I can send or post a link in the side chat. Because I didn't actually research this.
Hello.
I know.
No, you're not allowed to come here. Get away.
What?
No. No.
What the fuck are you on about?
I'm playing Minecraft and in Discord and shut up, Sophie.
Motherfucker, you just confused the hell out of me. Don't be
That
doing
was the point.
You
I was
ass-
letting you talk for a while, which is why I was muted. Then I decided to unmute and confuse the living crap out of you.
because you're an asshole.
Lavitocious.
Uh-huh. Of course. I'm trying to find his
What? Skeleton. No. Fuck off.
Well, he does have a YouTube channel, I found that. That's good to know. Oh boy. I don't know what else he's got as far as social media. Yeah, I know he's got Facebook as well, but I don't really use Facebook much, so that is their YouTube channel. Which has straight up no description in the about section, so that's okay. It's like I see how it is. So this episode is called "Imaginary Friends of Children."
I'm gonna annoy the crap out of small.
Oh boy.
And
it says
a bunch of dots and question marks. And I said I figured
I have no
something.
comment to that. I'm trying to read the fucking description, damn it. So it says that they dive into the world of children, especially their imaginary friends, and what they may be. There is an overwhelming amount of evidence online that points to whatever your children are interacting with may not be made up after all. From the lost loved ones to wandering, faceless spirits, there is no real way of knowing who your child has become.
My potatoes!
How the fuck did I have to meet you? We go deep in this one with the possibility of doing a few more takes on this subject in the future, which now concerns me.
Okay.
Is your child's friend imaginary? Which
Put it all down and rub
I
it
just
all
realized he fucking spelled wrong.
It's gonna happen.
Well,
It'll taste better.
and is your child talking to a ghost? Whatever it is, when you hear a child tell an invisible entity that killing or hurting people is bad, it's downright creepy. Oh, he does have fucking Twitter, and apparently they have TikTok. Great. I don't have fucking TikTok for a motherfucking reason. Because, well, I don't trust TikTok in many, many fucking ways. But they got Instagram, they got TikTok, YouTube, Facebook. You can email them if you really wanted to. And stuff like
So
that.
my skeptic alarm is just going off on at the beginning of that. He says there's evidence on YouTube that the imaginary friends aren't imaginary. What is that evidence? Is it just testimony? Like what does he mean by that? And I don't know. But
I'm in the same boat as you are. Like, I want to get answers of what the fuck he's talking about. Now, I've known this motherfucker since I was, like, obviously born. But I haven't spoken to him in, like, 10, at least maybe 12 years. Or possibly longer than that. But the evidence, I don't know what evidence he has. This is why I'm reviewing his episode, is because I am a little curious on what he has to show off of. But also, like, is it actual evidence? Like, I feel like he kind of needs to post some, like, I don't know, fucking videos of, like, possible actual evidence for us to actually see and not just hear. Because I feel like this is kind of pointless of him explaining it in the description, but yet we can't see it. That's the weird part.
yeah, I mean the best I've seen as far as like the spirit, like whatever you call them, like spirit hunter channels or whatever, where they're trying to do communication, is what you'll hear is like disembodied voices, or what seems like disembodied voices or whispers or something like that. So, but it's only inaudible. You don't. I've rarely ever seen any videos where they claim to have actually seen an entity.
Right, yeah. I'm trust me, I am in the same boat with you, and this is my uncle. Although don't mind the date there, that's the date of someone that I know of. That kind of kills me a little. But besides that, I think we should probably start this. I don't know.
Vivid the colors are on the Samsung Neo QLED and OLED TVs powered by the Neural Quantum Processor, because this is an audio ad. Unless you can see it, which means you already have one. Nice. Samsung, more wow than ever.
Strong enough for a Mastiff, yet gentle enough.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to For the Booze.
For the booze.
The Booze.
For the booze. We're back.
We are. Hope everyone's doing good, having a good week.
Yes, we're back. And this week is going to be a little different. I'm having a hard time with my computer. But we're doing a little bit of something different.
I am excited for this.
And I am going to announce what we may be doing for Halloween this year. Have
Ooh.
an idea for the spooky season. But anyways, before we get into this, I'm going to play a YouTube clip.
Okay.
Okay. And it says, Mom records her daughter's creepy conversation with imaginary friend.
Oh.
This comes from, I guess it's a YouTube channel called TikTok News,
Huh.
which I'll be honest, didn't know
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
it's a thing. It says a TikToker shared her daughter's apparent conversation with an imaginary friend in a video that has fellow TikTokers encouraging her to move. The
Oh.
TikToker, who goes by Jess and at Autist Artist On, that's what her name is on TikTok.
Okay.
Shared the video on a Sunday. It's a whopping 2.3 million views.
Wow.
This was, I don't believe this was like now. This might have been, I don't know. Let me look. Oh, this was 2 years ago. But still,
Yeah.
I've seen this clip. It's very relevant to what we are talking about today.
Okay.
And I just want to play this to get us in put us into the mood of what we're going to be doing today.
All right.
So here we go.
No one leaves the room.
Sure. Well, I'm alive. She's sleeping right now. I walked out of the bathroom and I asked her, hey, what are you doing? Who are you talking to? And she said, my friend. And I know she's talked about having imaginary friends before, but she won't tell me about them. Hey, Ava. Do you want to draw me a picture of your imaginary friend?
Yes, but tomorrow.
Okay. What are you doing?
I'm reading my book.
Oh, can I see it?
Sure.
Okay.
These are the butterflies that I trapped in the jar.
So apparently,
Okay, I kind of want to say something to that. That's not. I don't know what to say to that.
It's very difficult to kind of hear what she's saying. Just music playing when the kid's talking. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah. But when she said, like when the door slams, it says no one can leave this room. I don't know about that. That's very, very weird. It's a very weird start, not gonna lie.
I mean, it's kind of strange, but I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's extremely creepy. What is you saying that? Oh, now you're locked in. It's a game, you know. It's like
Yeah, she's
remember
playing some kind of a game.
when I was a kid, I was on timeout one time, and I was like refusing to stay in my room. I was supposed to be on a timeout. My mom's boyfriend shut the door, and there was no lock on the outside of my door, but I was convinced I was locked in. But he was just standing on the other side of the door holding the handle. But I smashed through my door with a plastic guitar, you know. I was like, but I felt like I was like really, really trapped. You know what I mean? Like, but that's just because I was a kid. I didn't really like put two and two together. Like, dude's just standing on the other side of the door.
I mean, it's not that it's creepy. It's like fucking what can go through that child's mind of, yeah, I can draw you my imaginary friends, but I'm not gonna tell you what they are, but I'm also gonna scare the shit out of you of slamming the door and laughing like a fucking weirdo. That's all I'm fucking saying. I mean, kids are kids. They have a huge imagination in their head, whether they want to show it to their parents or not. So technically, that's not really something. I mean, yeah, I don't blame the mother getting scared, but she's a kid. So there's a good possible chance that maybe she really is playing some kind of a game, but she also doesn't want to tell her mom what game they're playing. So that's, I don't know.
Yeah, and it's very likely that, 'cause kids are impressionable, she might have picked these behaviors up from other kids or from other adults around the house.
Right. Yeah, that was my kind of thing too. I'm just like, how is this the first start? Like, okay. But I guess we'll find out of whatever the fuck he fucking wants to say about it, because I don't know, he is a little. I feel like he might go too far, but I guess we'll find out.
So this lady caught her daughter getting real creepy with her imaginary friends in the bathroom.
Oh my god.
Now, obviously, today's topic is
imaginary friends.
Yes. Imaginary friends with children specifically.
yes. Well, I don't know any adults that have an imaginary friend. I'm sure there are, but
Well, no, but like, I don't know. Maybe an adult could have this type of imaginary friend,
possibly. But
you know,
I'm gonna name
an
drop.
unwanted.
I'm gonna name drop the title of this episode, and it's the imaginary friends of children. Now, if you go online, this is actually a very popular topic, and there are a ton of videos on a lot of cutesy stuff. Like kids are known to have imaginary friends,
Right.
but sometimes it's not always cute.
Uh,
Did you have an imaginary friend as a kid?
I don't believe that I did.
Well, it's odd that you say that because none of us adults, with the exception of maybe a few, can ever seem to remember if we did or not.
I think it's kind of a thing that just kind of drifts away. I mean, I know some people have like super vivid memories of their childhood and things like that. But a lot of people that I talk to, like, they don't remember like a super lot of their childhood, like distinct memories, yes, but never like imaginary friends.
Well, what originally brought us to this episode was a couple weeks ago, we read a story from my sister whose daughter told her about a friend that she had
Yeah.
who didn't have a face.
Mm-hmm.
We'll come to find out there's more to that story that I don't know if I'm supposed to get into, so I won't, but we've narrowed it down to who we might actually think it is.
Oh, wow.
My other sister, her daughter, I want to read this because I want to get this right. But it was a very strange thing that she said about her daughter, who is now almost 30 years old. Um, but I had asked her because I knew that my niece had this knack for saying weird things as when she was really young,
Right.
and she would predict things. It's very weird.
Wow.
But let me
I think that's a little more intuitive than just an imaginary friend, but I think that could roll into a whole type of thing that goes on, you know?
indeed, there's something about children and the way that they perceive things, their ability to see things that we just can't see.
Oh, absolutely. Same with animals. And, I think it's almost like another wavelength that either goes away as you get older or you just learn more about the world and you just become so much more skeptical, or I don't know what it is.
I actually read some stuff that goes along with that really well, actually. That says that like there's a part of our brains that develops like cynicism, and we become skeptical of the things we hear, and we're just not open about them anymore. But what my sister had told me was, she said, I got one for you. Although, see, now my niece doesn't remember saying this.
Hmm.
She said on Christmas Eve or Christmas in the middle of the night, her daughter woke up sobbing about all of the people drowning. And on December 26th, a tsunami hit Asia, or maybe Taiwan, she can't remember, killing a ton of people.
Wow. That is
Weird.
crazy. That's
And
so crazy.
It's not the first time.
Okay, to talk about a little bit of that, that is my cousin who is, well, now in her 30s. Forgot how fucking old she was. Jesus Christ. She's a good cousin of mine. But I actually remember being with her around that time. Pretty sure I must have been like maybe like 4 years old or 3 years old. I just remember like in some house we were visiting family in Florida because that's where they're from. And I was sleeping possibly in the same bed with her, but I do remember her waking up in the middle of the night randomly crying. So that kind of explains a little bit of what she was going through, but her predicting things like that, I think there's a name for it. I can't really exactly remember what term it is. But there are a lot of things that people do intentionally grow out of. So.
Well, we call that premonition, but where there's probably other words for it, but it's a premonition, where if you predict something that's going to happen, but it doesn't seem to be related to the imaginary friend thing. It seems to be like an interesting aside. It's not like she heard it from the imaginary friend. She heard it in a dream, right? Like, so.
Yeah. He can intentionally, because I think the reason. So when we first listened to him, because we're like, oh my god, he made a podcast, this and that, blah, blah, blah. Let's, start his first episode. So we kind of did it one day. That was like fucking a year or two ago. Probably last year at some point. And, if I remember correctly, as we were listening to him, he's one of those people who, once you start getting into a podcast, you want to find out more, whether of like what they're actually talking about in their topic. But at the same time, he doesn't seem to shut the fuck up and actually get straight to the point, kind of thing. It's kind of what we noticed, and we haven't listened to him for a long time for that specific reason. Which I don't really know if he's gotten better with that or not. But it seems with this one, like you said, like that's not really technically related to the fucking imaginary friends. Like, why out of the blue you're just like gonna stop talking about that and then talk about something else and probably go back to it? And it's just like, why what is the fucking point of that? Like, why is that in this episode? I feel like that should be in its own episode.
I could see how it's related. I mean, especially like revealing a family connection there. And I think, the point they're trying to make, what they're saying is that a lot of people say that because children are less critical, right? So they're open to believing all kinds of things. So then you develop the critical thinking faculty as you get older. And that's kind of being painted in this sense in like a negative light. Like the more critical you are, the less open you are to possibly receiving these messages. But that also just means you could be being fooled as a child, like, which is more often the case. It's easy to trick kids because they're not hypercritical.
Yeah, that's definitely something I've noticed. I think for like the longest time. I think there has been some points that I might have gotten tricked as a kid. Like you said, like I never really understood of what was actually going on because you're a fucking child. When you're a kid, your brain doesn't like go on and start thinking of like, oh, this is something that I should be worried about. Like their brain is not actually fully developed to the point where they're not gonna actually quite understand of what you're doing to them or what they're saying and what they're doing with others. If that makes any sense.
The other thing is like you're developing those memories and those sense impressions. So it's like I remember when I was little, there was a little girl in my area. It was like a national case, Polly class, blew up. She got abducted right out of her room. I believe the parents were in the house. Like it was like this whole like she just vanished. And they ended up, I think, finding the guy, and there were a bunch of inquiries about it. People accused the parents of being involved. It was this crazy thing, but it was just this one little kid that went missing. But it happened to be in the area that I lived in, and so everybody in the community was freaking out and doubling down. And I remember my mom like freaking out about the story, and people were crying and all of this stuff, and it affected me. And so from there on out, during my childhood, I always had the paranoia of people coming in through my window. Right, which is like absurd. Like I live on the second story, and I'm still like, oh, somebody's going to scale this building to get into my window. But it stuck with me because it was a big story, and all the adults were reacting to it and stuff like that.
I think there was something along with that to where we were living in, I think, a apartment, and I'm not sure if I was actually going to school yet at that time, but I know my brother and I were sharing a room, and for sure at one point, I don't know how the fuck it actually happened, but something happened to where I think someone or something kind of tricked me into like, okay, now I kind of just want to stay in this room. Like, I don't want to get out of here. I'm scared that, something's coming after me if I open the fucking door. Like, there was an actual thing of where I was stuck in my room. And I'm like, it's weird to really say this out loud to kind of embarrass myself. I was sitting in my room and it was just only me because I think it was when my brother went to school, that of how small our apartment was, that they could hear other voices and shit coming through the other side of the wall. So the door didn't really technically have to be open. The wall was very, very thin or thick, whatever the fuck, to the point where they can easily hear you no matter fucking what. So I'm sitting there crying my eyes out, and in my head, I straight up thought something was gonna come after me in my room because I was seeing fucking giant claws of some creature's hand just slowly crawling up on the top of my fucking door. So I'm sitting there, not only crying my eyes out, but like fucking just rocking back and forth, saying "mommy, daddy, daddy, mommy," and it like that. At that point, I don't remember if when they did open the door that when I saw that it was done that it stopped. I don't really recall that, but that was definitely something that I kind of got also paranoid of. Like, okay, if I'm stuck in this room, and now I feel like something's gonna come after me, and I'm gonna start fucking seeing shit, on my doors and everything, trying to open my door to come at me. Like, it's just something that when you're a kid, you don't necessarily get whether if I'm trying to think of like specific words here. Whether if like it can be true or if it's actually just in your head, or whether maybe it was something that you've watched as a kid or that whatever your parents might have told you stories of that scares you to make you think like something is gonna come at you or something like that. So it is very interesting for things that really happen. But I mean, we also lived on, like, I think it was the second or third floor of the apartment, but still, like, that shit scared me when I was like 3. So, but I know with my uncle though, I really don't know if he's gonna not shut the fuck up and get to the point, or if he actually is going to this time. So I mean, I suppose we'll find out. Oh. Or we can wait for him first. I think StreamYard just booted him. I wouldn't be too fucking surprised. Apparently I missed something in Discord. I don't know how to respond to that. Straight no comment. I just heard some fucking weird voices and I don't know where that came from. I don't know if that came from outside or not. I mean, okay. What are your thoughts for right now, there, Dragon, on this? Because now I'm actually kind of curious. Of what do you think of this so far? I don't know. Like I said, fucking he doesn't really I don't think he really quite understands of getting to the point of things. Like, it kinda to me sounded like he was stalling about the topic, but I mean, I don't know. I am kinda waiting to see if when Abe comes back, I will unpause it. No, I think. Now, here's the thing. I don't really know him well enough. That is loud. That sounds like a loud ass fucking microwave. He's back. Welcome back.
Sorry, I got a call from work.
Yeah, you kind of just missed a giant microwave sound in my background from outside of my house. I'm like, what the fuck? Why does that sound like a giant microwave beeping at me? But yeah, I don't really know him much. Like, I know he's got 4 kids. That's as far as I'm concerned. I've known his 2 daughters since one of them was legitimate a fucking baby. The other one was like just a toddler. But they're all grown up now. But I haven't met his wife. I haven't met his 2 sons. But I don't know if he's gonna talk about, because I do know for a fact, at one point he did mention that one of his sons, when he was like 5 or 6 years old, that he's seen a white lady but with no face or something like that. But she couldn't. I don't know. I think what he explained was that she was in the room, but he couldn't explain whether or not she was a good person or not. Yeah. So I don't know if he's gonna say anything about that, but I mean, I guess we'll find out.
For she would do stuff like that. I can't think of any,
I'm
like, this
fucking
is
used
almost
here.
30 years ago.
Right.
But anyways, so we're talking about imaginary friends. I originally meant to go into this episode looking for just cases of faceless imaginary friends,
Yeah.
but it ended up taking me so much deeper that we just had to do imaginary friends in general,
Wow.
because I did find stuff about the faceless imaginary friends, but it all tied together back to imaginary friends. And there's a lot on this. I could have made this episode 5 episodes. Easy.
Wow.
Easy. I mean, if you look up stories of imaginary friends and children and stuff online, they never
I do want to point out his wife right now. I don't know if she's like actually shocked or she's just doing that because she wants him to get to the fucking point or something. I really don't know. But all I hear from her and is like, just wow.
Yeah, she does sound a bit more skeptical than he, but just trying to entertain the thought and keep it going. So
Yeah, I mean, I never really in my entire life had I ever actually heard someone really do that, especially if they're like husband and wife. But
oh
it
yeah,
is
the okie
kind
doke.
of
Oh yeah, it's comical. You can read that if you're looking for it. I see it all the time. People okie dokie all the time. Okay, man, whatever you say.
yeah, I mean, I've seen that around myself, so I'm not really too surprised about that. But like I said, I don't really know her well enough, and I didn't know if she was actually like skeptical or not. But I don't know. We'll, I guess, find out more.
never stop. It is never stops, and it's a popular topic on there's like there's a subreddit for it.
Mm-hmm.
There are TikToks for it. There are YouTube channels for it.
Wow.
There are documentaries about it. It just goes on forever.
I mean, that puts a lot of bang behind this whole thing we're going to be talking about. Like it, making it feel like it's a lot bigger than I think a lot of people than me that, myself thought it was.
Well, if you'd never have experienced it firsthand, I guess especially in the modern age,
Mm-hmm.
with your kid saying creepy stuff, then it probably never really crosses your mind.
Right.
But once you've kind of been, it's been thrown at you at some point, you start to think about it.
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing this week, and we are going to go ahead and get into this.
All right, let's do it.
Here we go. As an adult, the thought of imaginary friends is a bit silly, or if a companion to your child can seem almost sweet. But what if that idea takes a terrifying turn? It's one thing to hear your child playing hide and seek with a friend they've made up.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
But what about when you ask questions about their friend and they tell you they have no face? When my oldest son was about 5 years old, I remember him telling us that he didn't want to go to bed at night. Thinking it was just like every other child going through a rebellious phase, we decided to ask him why. We weren't prepared for what he was about to tell us. He would go on to say that on most nights, a woman would come to his room and visit him. Now, mind you, we had baby monitors with video and we never noticed anything out of the normal. So we played along and asked about her. He would go on to tell us she was scary but not mean. In fact, he would say that she was very nice. The thing my kids didn't know is someone had indeed died in the house about 20 years before, and it was a woman. How do we know this? Because it was my wife's grandmother. He would also go on to inform us that he would see ghosts that would hang out outside of his bedroom window, but never came in. Now, an article we found on WordPress.com about faceless phantoms explains that nearly every culture in the world has the concept of faceless apparitions. Stories of people seen at a distance who, when observers come closer, reveal that they have no face are relatively common. The idea of a ghost with no identity, no face that might explain who this once was, is much more terrifying than a ghost of a loved one appearing at the end of your bed. A ghost you know is a ghost that you can, theoretically, understand or perhaps reason or bargain with. A faceless ghost, however, is simply a patch of pure dread painted on the canvas of the world. Faceless phantoms come in all shapes and sizes. Faceless women seem more common in Western ghost stories, while faceless men and children are a bit more prevalent in Eastern stories, especially Japan. However, there are faceless ghosts of all types in nearly all mythologies. The idea of a faceless phantom is even the source of the popular internet meme known as Slender Man. The ghost or creature is said to wear a silk mask over a completely featureless face, or to simply have no face at all. Becoming faceless is often also seen as losing one's identity, and such images were used in the movie The Matrix to describe Neo's loss of identity when the agents attempted to learn what he knew about Morpheus and the crew. Faceless phantoms are rarely believed to be dangerous, often only frightening people before disappearing. There's no known prevention of such specters, and because there is usually no way to identify the ghost, it's very difficult to understand what circumstances would lead to the creation of such a phantom. Although not all children have imaginary friends, most kids will claim to have an imaginary friend or companion at some point in their childhood. Research out of the University of Washington and the University of Oregon, published in Developmental Psychology, found that about 65% of children have an imaginary friend by the time they turn 7. The researchers also found that the imaginary friend stage often lasts longer than most of us would expect, with as many as 31% of school-age kids claiming to have an imaginary friend. In fact, the percentage of school-age kids having an imaginary friend was greater than the percentage of preschoolers, which was only about 28% according to the study. Children having imaginary friends was once thought to be problematic, with psychologists believing that having one could be harmful to the child. Stephanie Carlson, a University of Washington assistant psychology professor and one of the lead researchers of the developmental psychology study, said, quote,
Imaginary companions have had a bad rap from psychologists for a long time, and there was the perception that the parents were getting the message that having an imaginary companion wasn't healthy. This finding is fascinating in that it goes against so many theories of middle childhood, such as those proposed by Sigmund Freud or Jean Piaget. Having an imaginary companion is normal for school-age children.
So, the conclusion is, not only is it normal for kids to have imaginary friends, but the practice actually has important psychological and developmental benefits for children. However, whether or not having an imaginary friend gives children an advantage is still unknown, as there isn't much evidence to support the idea that having one makes them any smarter or more creative. But what if there's more to these imaginary friends than just created playmates? Do children have the ability to see beyond what we can see? Is it possible that they aren't making these friends up, but instead are finding them? We've all heard the stories. A television that flips channels on its own.
Want to lose weight and keep it?
A house that echoes with phantom baby cries, even though no baby actually lives there. A bar stool that scrapes and slides across the floor when no one's near it. Or the piano that plays itself at all hours of the night and day.
Quote, kids are more susceptible to ghost sightings because they have a much greater sense of awareness than most adults. This leaves them subject to picking up on energies and events that go unnoticed by most. We tend to have a belief that because our kids can't always communicate their thoughts, that they are unaware or unconscious of what's going on around them. This is anything but the case,
unquote, said intuitive healer Dr. Kim Pirano. On the website, theeverymom.com, Aaron T. wrote in saying, quote,
my son was around 2 at the time. We were driving past the cemetery when he said, look, Mama, dead people. I said, yes, darling. And he responded, kids, he continued, matter-of-factly. And sure enough, we were passing by the children's section. Curious, I asked if the kids were happy or sad. Happy, Mama, he said. They're running around that daddy. All I saw was a man standing alone with his head dropped. It warmed my heart, honestly.
Okay, I want your thoughts on some of that. So I have no idea what the fuck to say towards that. First of all, I don't even know what or as to why he was using some fucking voice. First of all, that was a little unexpected, but I'm curious on some thoughts here. What you think about that? Dragon? Or someone? Because my brain started to process and think of like, what the hell did he just fucking read off? Or I don't know. I really don't know what to say to that. You don't even know either? Well, I thought you had thoughts there, Dragon, but I guess you don't. I mean, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I feel like kind of gotten a little overboard on the fucking music in the background and some other fucking shit in the background. I don't know why he can just not do that and just fucking read. Okay. I mean, I know he's trying to be some kind of a podcasting professional here, but I don't think what he realizes is that most of the things that he's saying or whatever he's playing, we can't really understand of what the fuck they're actually saying. To actually confirm, like, what he said about his child, that is true. What he said, well, technically me and his niece is true, but with, I don't know what he's putting into the research bar to actually find whatever he's finding. I mean, it is kind of interesting, but at the same time, it's a little weird. Not gonna lie. To answer that question, I don't know. Because it would be awkward to be having you on Discord and then everyone else on panel. So. But as far as I'm concerned with that for right now, that is, I have no idea on what to say about that. What the hell is this? I just had a weird ass message. Yes, I planned it, but I planned it for a reason, smartass. Fucking Jesus. Do you have any thoughts on this there, Ape? 'Cause I sure hell fucking don't. Apparently Dragon doesn't. What?
Oh, shit. Alright. And now? Okay.
Yeah.
My phone's lagging out. Sorry. I had to move around a bit because going to work in the city tonight now, I guess. So anyway, I have a lot of thoughts, but I kind of missed a bit, so I'm trying to play catch up here. So sorry. Yeah. Did we finish the? No, we're still in the middle of the episode. Yeah, it was kind of weird how he went from like live form or whatever that was with his wife, and then he goes into a pre-recorded segment that he did. That kind of like, I don't know, it was a weird vibe there, but
yeah. It's.
But that's just like maybe, yeah.
What I think is like he kind of. I mean, I don't really know how to really talk to him, but like I really do think he should continuing to do it as a live thing and not pre-record, because that can be a little weird to a lot of people. But at the same time of like, he shouldn't really be playing music in the background like that, because I don't think he really understands of, there's some people out there that are probably not going to be able to fucking understand him. but playing other sounds in the background as well doing it kind of makes no sense, but at the same time, I get the fact that he is trying to be a professional at being a podcaster. It's just like I don't think I've ever really heard of a podcast like that, so I think he might be the only one.
No, like, I mean, there's definitely precedent for it, but I think it's like a matter of timing and placement. Like on some of the music, it's like it's making it so that the clips that he's playing, excuse me, are not very clear, and so that's kind of an issue when you're trying to like present evidence for something. You want that evidence to be as clear as possible. You don't want to playing the music through those segments. So
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I am curious. Like, what I'm really shocked about is that like he doesn't really share in the description or anything like that anywhere of where is he getting this evidence of so we can actually take a look at them, but we can't because we have to technically take his word for it. And I feel like he should kind of start doing that.
well, I think he did say like basically he just got all this from like Google searching kids' imaginary friends or something like that. Like that's how he basically stumbled on it. But yeah, you can't define the specific references that he's looking at. Yeah.
I just had a weird phone call from someone of New York Oakfield. I didn't answer, but they already hung up. It's like, all right, bye. I mean, yeah, I'm not used to of like being a podcast myself, but I mean, I do have my own ways of kind of doing it. But I feel like with already he's kind of getting a little bit overboard. But I don't know if he's gonna continue doing that. Like, I don't really know where he's going into this. But kind of curious.
Mara Dolmland, a TikToker and mother of 2 young sons, Murphy and Indy, both began seeing ghosts when they reached 18 months old. While Murphy developed a more playful relationship with the supposed spirits, unfortunately, Indy is still terrified. Dolmland said a few nights a week, Indy will spot a ghost in the bedroom and essentially freak out.
I'm sorry.
He looks in the corner of the room and says,
huge red
"There's a
flag.
ghost there."
An 18-month-old? How did they assess that? The kid can barely function. How did you assess that they were interacting with spirits? Like that sounds absurd to me. Like,
Yeah, that's why I'm reviewing this, because it doesn't really seem, I don't know. It didn't really make sense to me either when he said it, because I had like the face, like the questionable face, like of like, where the fuck did he get that from, or who? There's no point and there's no fucking way of an 18-month-old. Like, the fuck? Just no fucking way, but alright.
And it's terrifying to see the fear in his face. It makes me scared because he's so convincing that there's something there.
Dolmland had to establish a nightmare routine with Indy where she pretends to fight the ghosts, punching and hitting the air until he starts to calm down. Even so, Dolmland admitted that it's gotten to the point where even she has started imagining shadows around the house. Creepy experiences like this are prompting parents to ask questions like, can kids really see ghosts? And are they somehow more in tune with supernatural forces than adults? To investigate the phenomenon further, writer Jamie Fisher, who wrote this article, spoke with Jacqueline Woolley, PhD, professor of psychology at the University of Texas at Austin, whose work focuses on children's abilities to distinguish between fantasy and reality. It's no secret kids have rampant imaginations. After all, it's one of our favorite things about them. There is a certain thrill to fantasy and lure to the surreal at a young age. According to Dr. Woolley, between 30% and 50% of children have an imaginary companion at some point in their lives. Dr. Woolley goes on to suggest that many of these supposed ghost sightings may be due to culture. She says that children raised in households that discuss supernatural beings are more likely to identify these experiences as such, while kids who aren't exposed to this sort of talk will be less likely to classify them in this way. And it's no surprise we might be hearing about this phenomena so much lately. A 2022 survey found that nearly half of Americans believe that their home is haunted. While Doemlin noted that Indy might not necessarily have a concept of what a ghost is, he likely learned the term from his siblings. Once he first started crying and pointing out things in the corner of the room, his siblings told him that what he was seeing might be a ghost. Since then, he has stuck with the term and run with it. And this phenomena only seems to grow more prevalent during the Halloween season, as the creepy topics become more top of mind.
Quote, if you ask a kid if they believe in Santa Claus on December 23rd, you're going to get a higher level of belief than on July 23rd because you want to believe in it around Christmas time. To some extent, that desire does kind of foster belief,
Dr. Woolley explains. One belief in the paranormal community is that children, and even more so babies, are much more sensitive to the paranormal. It's said that this is because they are more open-minded, as they don't have the mental barriers we develop as adults due to exposure to popular culture and the opinions of the general public. Some people go as far as to say that when we are born, we all have a sixth sense or sensitivity to the spirit world, which diminishes as we grow older, become more cynical, and more disbelieving of the paranormal. Of course, it's not just children that claim to be able to see ghosts and communicate with spirits. Plenty of adults report ghost sightings too. And psychic mediums make a living out of communicating with the spirit world. Most clairvoyants will tell you that in order to see or hear spirits, you need to be open-minded, non-judgmental, and free of skepticism. And this is exactly what a child's mind is like. When it comes to children, babies, or really anyone seeing ghosts, we may never know why it happens. Maybe it's an overactive imagination, or maybe they really are tapping into the spirit world. Regardless of what you believe in this matter, when your child tells you they see something, it's startling to say the least.
Alright, first of all, here's the thing. Yes, there are people out there that don't really technically grow out of this because there is a such thing because of like mediums and psychics or whatever. But what he said that kind of made me want to fucking stop it for a minute was of not every child is free of skepticism, because there are some kids out there that will in fact fucking tell you whether if they understand what a belief is or not. Not every child will believe the same fucking thing. Most children will in fact say, oh, I don't believe in this and this and this. So it's...
Well, that also depends on, like, the level of engagement they've had. Like, some kids have just never had those conversations. If they're used to being asked those questions, then they can, better articulate themselves, right? Like, It's just that a lot of kids don't have those, a lot of parents don't have those conversations with their children.
Right. Dragon, what the fuck are you talking about? Put your can tram your seal though? What fucking English is that? What the actual fuck are you trying to say? Fucking, I don't even know what the hell that child is on. It's like I've met. Okay, so as a person who worked with kids from the ages of um like 2.5 years old or 3 years old up to 5 years old, that I've met a lot of kids who automatically didn't actually believe in Santa or anything like that. Like, I'm pretty sure there was one kid that did believe it, and then the other kid was like, "No, he's not real," kind of thing. Yeah, I guess it kind of really depends on whether the child had a conversation with their parents about it, but like, I don't know. That when he started talking about the whole skepticism thing, it kind of threw me off, and I'm like, well, here's the thing though. I am a medium and a psychic, yeah, but I don't full on 100% believe in this. Like, I'm half skeptic, so like the fact that he said that all mediums and whatever are 100% believers, that's not entirely true, because there are some out there that are also still half and half. So, what the fuck just happened? Hold on. I don't know what the hell that was, but that was weird. But yeah, that's a weird way to, I guess, put it the way he did, but okay. Question mark.
How do you explain your child seeing a person that was gone 20 years before they were born? How do they even understand what a ghost is if they've never been told what one is? Maybe it's nothing, but we will bet you'll be paying much closer attention to all those unexplainable things your child keeps blaming on their new friend.
Hi, Ox. Sorry, I had to do that just to say fucking hi to you. I didn't feel like typing. We're currently reviewing a podcast episode from my uncle, who did a episode on imaginary friends. So far, I don't know what the fuck else to say, and I feel like I'm not getting actual fucking answers of shit that I had questions of. But I'm gonna continue.
Oh man, that was
rough.
A lot. A lot. That was
I'm struggling tonight.
no, editing. It's fine.
Yeah, no.
But that just made it such a broader thing.
There's quite a wide spectrum to this.
Yeah, and I feel like he didn't even really get a whole lot
I
in there,
didn't.
and that there's just this whole other untapped parts and bits and pieces to all of this.
There is so much on this topic that my part alone, I'm telling you, could have been episodes.
Oh man.
Because there's so many studies that have come out about this very topic.
Yeah.
There's so many theories that come with it, and there's so many beliefs behind what they are or what they could be, and they go back long before the internet. I wanted to kind of like.
I'm sorry, what?
Sorry, my mom came out. I was going to say what he said there. I think he should have made another episode out of that segment he did. It would have been more like he could have just made his own episode aside from this. That would have been probably preferable to like inserting that in the middle of this stream. You know what I mean? Like it was kind of confusing. Yeah.
I do agree with that. I ain't gonna lie. And I'm actually very shocked he surprisingly caught himself doing that. And, I actually thought, like, hey, I should actually probably made another episode of this, but didn't go through it. But, alright, whatever fucking floats his boat, right?
Like tap into each little part of it the best I could, within an hour show
Yeah.
to just give the idea. But what we're going to do differently than we normally do on the show is when we get to your part, we're going to be telling nothing but stories because there is such an amount of stories on this topic that even doing so for 30 minutes still doesn't even get us close.
Yeah.
There are so many real life accounts of stories of children being creepy that are backed up by other people seeing or feeling or hearing the things also. I wasn't prepared for this. I thought I was prepared for this.
Yeah.
But then when I started to get into it, it was just like there was just so much I could have just kept going.
There's such
kept
an
going.
abundance of stuff. That's crazy. That's so crazy.
And I'm going to tell you, I've written I don't even know what episode we're on. 80 something episodes for this show. This is the only topic that while I sat alone in this house, this new house we live in, I actually felt creeped out.
Oh.
I'm not I'm looking right. I'm dead serious. This is not for show talk. It's the only time I have been creeped out writing a show.
I can pop in here. I feel like that's a pretty low bar when you're like kids doing weird stuff. It kind of makes your skin crawl. Like I see that all the time where I look at parents interact with their kids and I go, I'd really, really like to say something right now, but I don't because it's not my kid. I need to mind my business. You know what I mean? It's only because we're exposed to all this stuff on the internet. Like he's like this, listening to all this stuff, it really creeped me out. I'm like, okay, that's fascinating, but at the same time, like kids do weird, unexplainable stuff all the time. And the way parents interact with their children can affect the way the kids act out, right? So it's like you've got like both sides of that. Yeah. If the kid's acting creepy, the first thing I'm gonna look at is the parents because that's their direct influence.
Right. Yeah, that I do agree with that. I don't know what made him kind of think of like, hey, I should add this in here, but whatever. I mean, okay, whatever you say, bro. You're my fucking flesh and blood somehow. Damn.
Show. And I guess it's because of the stories I had to read.
Yeah.
A lot of them are creepy. There's going to be one kind of a heart string puller. But there's a lot. And I think it's just because they remind me of our son.
Yeah.
And the things that he said.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. And that little story in the beginning, Booze Crew, was about my grandmother.
Well, yeah, I said my wife.
I know, but it kind of sounded like you were reading an article. I don't know.
No. That was all from me.
Yeah, I know. It was a very interesting and eye-opening conversation that we had with him at 5 years old.
It was really when things kind of kicked off like more creepy than they had already been.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it's something we've never forgot, but he just doesn't remember it. So I don't know.
He's always like, what?
Yeah, he acts like he never said it.
Yeah.
But you've got a lot of stories to read, and I guess you'll be able to do so right after these ads.
Some story house.
Monetizing and everything. This is professional.
Yep. I know, right? I'm fucking skipping the ads because I hate ads so much. And there's been some podcasts that we've listened to that I ain't gonna lie would be playing like at least 50 fucking ads non fucking stop, and it was so annoying. Like we liked
Yeah,
the podcast.
Go ahead.
We liked the podcast, but like it was the whole ads thing. It was just annoying to us that we just like stopped listening because of the fucking ads.
I think that's the most common complaint, like in my review streams, because I still haven't gotten ad blocker after all this time. It's like I'd probably get a lot more views on my review streams if I just got ad block, you know. And it's like I just haven't shelled out the money. Okay.
I mean, honestly, I don't have ad blocker myself, but like, I don't know. The fact that he just straight got into that, I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, so now I gotta sit here and fucking get to the actual point of without hearing motherfucking ads here.
Yeah, you got to segue somehow. I like YouTubers that read their own ads or other podcasters. Like I like the way Bill Burr does it. I find it funny.
Yes,
You know, like even when there's a shitty ad, it's the dude's being ironic about it. You know, it's like okay.
Yeah. Shit like that. Most people are actually interesting. Like there's a channel of Bad Friends with what's his face? Andrew Santiago and the
Bobby
fucking
Lee.
other guy. Yeah, Bobby Lee. I like how that they do their ads because well they can make it up to where it's funny. And there's not a lot of them. You can actually like just stay and listen to just fucking whatever the fuck they're gonna say while
There's
they're
something about
doing
those too, though. Like I don't know. There's certain people that are like that. You could listen to them like clipping their freaking fingernails, and it would be funny somehow. I don't know. It's every.
I
You know,
don't know how either. But I mean, I do like Bobby Lee and Andrew Santiago because they do fucking go at each other, especially while they're doing their ads. They will make up the stupidest shit, and it's just so fucking somehow entertainment. I don't understand as to why Jess was asking me questions while I'm reviewing a fucking podcast. What the fuck? She can wait. I'm not answering that right
it's
now.
directly related to what we were talking about. That it was the whole point of the stream was to review the podcast. That's what I thought we were doing here.
Yeah. Well, she's asking me questions of how to remove mod in your Twitch. If you ban someone, does it remove the mod thing? I'm not answering that question yet. Like, I'm trying to get through this, and it's just like she's just smacked me in the face.
That was at the very edge of a small village. To knock it off, no memorial plaque on the
Story 2.
the lights. This creepy fuck may at the little town hall to elect and from going back in of a small village in the
I don't know if I fucking missed something, or I don't know if she's reading an ad or if she's fucking actually reading the story. I cannot fucking tell.
Yeah, it sounds like she's trying to narrate a story, like if it's a true story, but doing it like in the like audio format. So it's not like news.
Yeah, that's
More
why
like
I
reading.
confused, man. I'm like, I gotta sit here to get past the ads, and now I'm like, what the fuck? I missed something. I don't know. I think I broke it. It's not.
I was like, is it my stream or is it? Oh, it is really frozen.
No, I think I must have broken it.
West.
Oh, never mind. It's back.
My bedroom was on.
Now Judy's the life of the party.
Jesus. Okay, there we go. Fucking goddamn. Fuck you, Dragon.
While we may not understand what our children's imaginary friends are, we can all agree that while some stories are heartfelt and maybe helped a young child through hard parts of life, some stories are undoubtedly creepy and sometimes even terrifying. We have searched the internet for some truly spine-tingling accounts of children and their possibly not so imaginary friends that will leave you wondering what is really happening.
Story 1.
When I was 6 years old, we lived in a very old farmhouse that was at the very edge of a small village in the Midwest. My bedroom was on the second floor, and the closet had a very heavy wooden door. The latch was old and rusted, which my mom didn't think was very safe, so we didn't use that closet for anything. Well, I started sitting in the closet at night with the lights on, talking to a nice old man who hung out there. He wore a blue uniform, had salt and pepper hair, and a mustache. I had a name for him and everything. Maypo. I talked to this nice old man about my life, my family, my friends, school, everything. My mom found out about it and forbade me from going back into the closet and told me to knock it off with the imaginary friend because it was freaking my little brother out. Fast forward several years. There was a town meeting to elect a new mayor for the village, and everyone was supposed to attend. My mom brought my brothers and I with her because she couldn't find a babysitter. At the little town hall, which I'd never stepped foot in before that night, there was a photo memorial plaque on the wall for a mailman who had been hit and killed by a truck delivering mail to the end of the road I lived on. His name was Ralph Maypo. He looked exactly the same as my imaginary friend, blue uniform and all.
This, I don't know about all that. So she found an anecdotal story. First of all, who is this person? She said she lived in a village. Who lives in
Yeah.
a village? Where on earth do you live in a village? Okay, first of all, but okay, secondly, all right. So she imagine, and then the mailman gets hit by a mail truck. I don't know if that just doesn't add up to me. This sounds completely made up. Like she tells it convincingly, but when I assess the facts, I'm like, this sounds made up.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, what the fuck?
But the format of the podcast makes sense more now that they both have like pre-recorded segments, and now she's telling the story after. So that's a little bit more. Yeah, I don't know. It makes a little more sense with that happening. So.
Yeah,
Good
Dragon. I kind of agree with that. What go this story to is all over the place. I don't know what your English is supposed to be, but I'll take it. Or at
And I'd
least
say
whatever the fuck you get out of that.
the worst part about it is the parents' reaction. She's like, just stop it. You're freaking your brother out. There's no investigation whatsoever. They're just like, just stop it.
Yeah. But fucking first she said something about a farmhouse, but then she said a village. So
Yeah.
okay.
Huh? Where do you live?
What fucking brain did you have?
Must be an Amish country or something. I don't know.
I don't know. Hold on. God fucking damn you, Dragon. This child. What? Well, never mind. It's not connecting me. Ha! Discord really. What the fuck? It's not connecting me. What the hell? Dragon. It's straight up saying no route and it's trying to connect me, but it's not connecting me. That's when you know Discord loves you. Alright, well, I guess we can try later. It's not fucking connecting me whatsoever. I'm fucking dead. I'm dead. That's funny. I don't know why, but that's funny to me. Just not connecting me to his fucking call. It's like, I know you said that you don't want to be in a call with him or anything like that, but apparently Discord heard me talk about Dragon that I didn't want to be in a Discord call with him, so it's not letting me.
Discord is saving you from your own distraction. They're like, no, focus on the task at hand.
Yeah.
Then you can do
Yeah,
Discord.
exactly. Here he is calling me again. Oh my god, it actually connects me this time. That's hilarious. Yeah, no. What? No shit, we already established that. God. God, this is entertainment. I don't know how to respond to that, but yeah, we already established that this is not making any fucking sense.
Well, I think there's some continuity here, but they're drawing a bunch of random inferences from a bunch of stuff they found on the internet. Like, when they call it evidence, I don't know if I would go so far as to say that. Some of it might be evidence, but together it doesn't make like a collective body of evidence that I would say is proving. I don't know exactly what they're saying. That basically kids have a heightened connection to the supernatural or the spiritual is kind of the point of all of this, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be the point, but it seems like I don't know who found this story. But I mean, Dragon was the fact of makes no sense that the mailman got hit by a mail truck, and now the kid is talking to the dead mailman. Like, okay.
All right. Well, yeah, I don't know if I'll try to finish this podcast with you. I will have to go in a bit, but yeah, if you want to get back into it.
Okay. Fucking Dragon is yelling at me. Yeah, you probably should, so I can fucking continue this, damn it.
Story 2.
When my son was first learning to talk, he would tell us about something called Purple Mommy. He described Purple Mommy as all purple with long hair and bright, all white eyes. At the time, he was mixing up purple and black a lot, so he could have meant she was all black and shadowy. Purple Mommy would pick him up at night and turn off the lights. This creeped me out, as we would often find my son out of his crib in the morning, which would mean him crawling over the railing and to the ground at a time when he was barely walking. I definitely found the lights in his room off a few times too, even though he's terrified of the dark. He also explained that Purple Mommy needs bandages because she had blood everywhere Purple Mommy could take her head off. And finally, Purple Mommy really didn't like Daddy. He told us all of this stuff for maybe a year or a little more. If we ever asked where she was, he'd always point to the same spot, a corner of the room behind his open closet door. He woke up crying most every night during this time. Once, during a really rough night, my wife went to ask him what's wrong, and his answer was, "Purple Mommy won't let me sleep." And this is the heartfelt story that you were referring to. So we just wanted to put it out there. I am going to read it just a little differently.
Story 3.
My son stopped talking to his imaginary friend for months after my nephew, who was 15, took his own life. My son, who was not quite 5, was the apple of his eye. My nephew treated my son like a little brother, and since his mom watched my son while I worked, they spent tons of time together. I had simply told my son his cousin was sick from sadness, and he died. I would remind him every time before we went to their house so he wouldn't pester my sister about where he was. One day, he said,
Mom, you keep saying he's not here anymore, but he is. He sits on my bed before I go to sleep and talks to me.
he would not be dissuaded. This went on for months. He knew things we did not speak about around him that happened. My nephew's grandma, on his dad's side, passed a few months later. That's when my son told me his cousin told him he wouldn't be able to visit anymore. He was going on a train with his grandpa, and they couldn't come back again. The last thing he told him was to never play with guns. They weren't safe. My nephew took his life with a handgun. Wigged me the hell out.
Story 4.
I don't know what to say to that. Especially with Purple Mommy. The fuck?
Yeah, the Purple Mommy story. I don't know about all of that. The last one, I think it seems heartfelt. It's like a gut wrenching tale, right? Where the kid remembers their cousin who was like an older sibling, and they imagine that they are there. Like, and I was gonna talk about this on my channel. I was supposed to do a stream last night, but I flaked, so I'll be doing it too. But like, how people like interpret things. Like, I remember my friend who passed away last year, right? Like, in the sense that he still talks to me in my head. But I don't imagine that he's actually there, but I can hear him. Like, I reach for my phone and I think about calling him, and then I'm like, oh, yeah, no, he's not there anymore. Like, kids can't grasp that. So kids are like, yeah, it seems to me like that person's still around, even long after they're gone. So even if that is a true story, it wouldn't be that far-fetched to think that the kid could put all of these pieces together, but not fully kind of comprehend what he is trying to say, right? So this is just a child's interpretation of what's actually going on around them. And just because you think they're not exposed to things, kids hear things all the time, and they become exposed to them when adults are kind of frivolously conducting their business and not thinking about the children in the room or the children in the next room who might still be in earshot. You know, so kids do pick these things up through the natural process. There's no reason to think that it's coming from somewhere else. But even as adults, we still kind of imagine that the people who are gone from us are there, in the sense that we hold on to all of the memories. And so I can still hear my friend talking to me in the back of my mind, even though I know that he's dead.
Right, yeah. like, honestly, I mean, it is kind of fascinating and interesting at the same time to really think of that. Um, I mean, I do the same thing with mine too. Like, I've had fucking both my grandfathers, my cousin, or technically my uncle, and our two family friends. And technically, four of my best friends. So, I mean, it's definitely something I think what people don't quite understand is even if that person is gone, their memories of them are not gonna go away. It's gonna be with you pretty much fucking forever, but you'll still think of like you would think of something at one point and be like, hey, I should, call this person to talk to them about it to get their point of view. But then you realize that you can't because they're actually not here anymore. So it's definitely something that is kind of interesting. Draken says that is 10 times more sad. I don't know what you. I honestly. I know you are, you fucking dork knob. But what? You. Children can't exactly grasp of whether it's actually true or not that someone who they knew was dead, Dragon, but at the same time, like, they were kids. He was a kid. You can't really when you're trying to right, because when you are trying to explain to a child that, oh, mommy or daddy or your brother or whoever it was is no longer here, it's not easy to explain to your kid because they can't grasp of the reality of them actually not being there. I love how you're just switching to a lot of different profile pictures. Oh, fuck. But, like, it's the same thing as if the child has grown up with, a pet, at least, and the pet is now gone.
I think this is where a lot of like the religious talk of saying that, well, your pet still exists, but he's in doggy heaven or something like that. So they'll tell the child that so that they don't hold on to the fact that the pet is no longer in fact there, right?
Yeah.
It's just more difficult for a small child to comprehend that that thing that was there once is no longer there, will no longer be there, because people aren't, yeah, I mean, um, and maybe there's some like psychology to that, to where we usually shield children from seeing the dead. It's, children are less commonly at funerals and memorials and things like that, for whatever reason. It's like maybe it would be better if they just saw their dead grandparent or whoever it was, just okay, um, get that reality in there that they're no longer alive. Their body's there, but it's going to decompose, it's going to be gone. And that's all extremely complicated stuff to try to explain to a kid. So you just have to say, hey, they're not going to be around anymore. But it's probably a lot easier if you're just be a non-living person. You're like, nope, they're not asleep. They're dead. They're not going to wake up. But people don't want to explain that stuff to their kids because it's just too deep. And usually it's hitting the parent at the same time it's hitting the whole family. And so you just don't want to expose your kid to that kind of grief and stuff like that. But maybe in the long run, it's more damaging to have them imagine that person is still alive somewhere. You just can't talk to him or see him anymore.
Right. I do agree on that. I mean, Dragon's agreeing too. I mean, I don't know why you had to put that example out, but okay. I mean, we do get, I get that, but we do get the drift on that. We already established it. But I'm gonna. I know it's fucking awkward. Tell me about it. But I'm gonna continue.
Most of my extended family live around the same area, so we have lots of gatherings. For the backstory, one of my uncles, let's call him Steve, lost a childhood friend when he was about 7. Steve and his friend, let's call him Jack, were having a play date one afternoon and got a bit dirty in some mud. So Steve's mother gave Jack a pair of Steve's shoes to borrow. When Jack's father came to pick him up after the play date, they forgot to put back on Jack's shoes, and Jack accidentally got in the car with the borrowed shoes still on. Tragically, the father and Jack got into a terrible car crash on the way home, which killed 7-year-old Jack. The family had him buried in the shoes he had borrowed from Steve. Fast forward 30 years to a family gathering in 2010. My 6-year-old cousin Sarah is playing alone with the toys in a quieter room of the house. My Uncle Steve comes up to her and asks her what she's playing. Sarah responds, saying that she is playing with a friend. Holding back a smile, Steve asks who her imaginary friend is. Sarah continues to play while saying she is playing with his friend Jack, and that he is sorry he forgot to give you your shoes back.
What?
My uncle's jaw nearly dropped. He had not talked about Jack in years, let alone tell that story to a 6-year-old.
Story 5.
My mom used to tell me the story of my imaginary friend. Well, to start off, my mom used to come check on me in the mornings, and things would be placed into my cot that baby me would have no way of reaching to put in myself. As I got to be maybe 5 years old, I complained of someone knocking on my bedroom door each night. Then came the story of my imaginary friend, a little girl that I would play with. My mom asked me to describe her, and I said she wore a long dress, had blonde ringlet hair, and her eyes were rolled back in her head. Q freaked out Mom. She tried not to bring it up too much, as she didn't want to encourage this friend to stick around. But a few months later, we were sitting on the front room when I started to cry. She asked me what was wrong, and I told her that my friend was sitting on her lap, and that wasn't fair, as I wanted to sit on her lap instead. She never forgave me for the mini heart attack that I gave her. Eventually, years go by, and I have no recollection of this friend, but my mom would tell the story every so often. Years later, when my eldest was old enough to start talking, she would frequently tell me.
What are your thoughts on that
Oh,
one?
I was gonna wait for it to finish, but I was like, no, this sounds
yeah.
like some basic child psychology where the kids. So this is like the parent being more susceptible to what the kid's imagination is saying. That like, so she's freaked out by the imaginary friend in the first place. And now she's like, oh, my imaginary friend's sitting in your lap. That's not fair. And it's like further like freaks her out. Like she's not skeptically thinking like, oh, is my kid just saying she wants more attention? No, she's like, oh, is there some fucking entity in my lap that I'm unaware of? Like, what? How does your brain go there? That's what I'm not understanding. And so now, and then this person apparently is going to say that her child says the same thing. I wanted to hear the end of the story before I piped in, but musical
Okay,
interlude.
it's, yeah, right? It's just buffering. I don't know what the fuck.
StreamYard. It happens when you're sharing screen. I get it all the time. Yeah.
I'm not surprised, honestly.
About
there
her
we go.
other mom, who would come visit her in her dreams to make sure she was okay and to say she missed her. My daughter would tell me that sometimes she would want to go with the other mom to wherever she goes when she leaves. There's quite a few ghost stories from that house that happened well into my early 20s. I struggle to accept the supernatural, but there was a lot of stuff that happened that I just can't explain.
So yeah, that's super common. Like anything I can't explain must be supernatural. If science can't explain it, but I think I saw it, supernatural, right? And I'm still like, I don't know. I'd be more convinced of like, lizard aliens or something before, I don't know, some other beliefs. So I'm like, well, how do I explain those things? Because I definitely saw weird stuff when I was a kid, and still like it sounds batty if I say any of it out loud now. But do I call those things supernatural? Do I regard them as a product of my imagination? So at least this person's kind of thinking critically about that. I guess. Again, I don't think we don't have any sourcing for these testimonies for these stories we've been hearing, right? So it's just kind of pulled from the ether.
Sounds like she just pulled them out right out her ass.
Yeah.
Dragon agrees on that. Yeah, that's because she is, I believe, the skeptic, while her husband, aka my uncle, is not a skeptic. So it's kind of interesting to hear from both ends of how she does these things when he does his, but she kind of also wants to question on like, where is this coming from? How are these people currently thinking about these things, let alone like, it's not easy to really explain, which I can understand. But I mean, yeah, I'm in the same boat as like, there's so many things that happen to where how can you explain to people without getting like finger pointed and whacked at and shit, you know?
I think the other key difference between the two types of belief is like, for me, like I could say, like, most of my days are very average. I don't see a lot of evidence for the unexplained or supernatural. Most of my days are very much explainable, right? And if you document that part, it all seems mundane. What would be interesting, is like what some people claim, they see miracles every day. And they'll, the super believers would say that, right? But you're like, okay, you're taking in these stories a lot of isolated incidents from one period of your life, and then nothing else corroborates it after that. So like, oh, I continued to have, these people, like the last story, claim to vicariously live out these experiences through their children, which is kind of similar to your story, I think. But there's no continuity for the individual. Like, eventually you stop communicating with that imaginary friend. So that kind of seems to be the focal point. Is like, okay, why is it that I had these experiences at one point, and then is it the fact that I became a critical thinker as an older individual that I stopped having these experiences, or they became less significant in my life if I did have them, right? And then it's just a story you tell from long ago.
Yep, it's like your fucking grandfather or your grandmother saying, "Back in my day, this is what happened." Like, okay, grandma, whatever you say. Most of the time, don't really believe them. But fucking. Yeah, that's what our grandfathers and grandmothers are technically for, and sometimes parents are like, "Oh, back in my day, this is." Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not saying there is a benefit to history, but that's why I think, a lot of these people that they become fixated on this one experience they had, they're clinging to it, right? They're not comparing it to the rest of their experience. Where if you're like, write the whole thing out, like write your autobiography, what is really interesting about this thing? Well, it just happened one or two times and it was really unusual, or it only happened for a period of a couple years and then it just stopped with no real explanation, So
Nope. I'm in Zimbo. I agree.
Story 5.
Okay, so this is kind of creepy. I'm an adult that says I don't believe in ghosts and such. But when I think of this experience and wonder what the heck is wrong with me being so stupid, I hardly call it a friend. But when I was younger, like 12, I lived with my brother and his family. We moved to a house, and one of my nieces, who was about 4 or 5, would avoid certain corners of the house. She was scared of the green lady. Pretty much always the same corner in the family room, but on a couple occasions, she'd move. So her big sister, who was about 9 at the time, would pick on her, like throw her toys in that corner. My little niece would avoid it like the plague. Then one day, her big sister pushed her into that corner. I swear, never in my life had I ever heard such blood-curdling screams. Never again have I yet, and I hope to never hear that kind of scream again. She didn't even run away from the corner. She was backed into it, looking upwards. The fear had us scared. My niece never messed with her little sister about that corner again. Friends thought we were joking when they would come over and we would casually say,
Oh, and stay away from that corner, because we're pretty sure an evil ghost lives there.
So when did the green lady move? Here's the messed up part. According to my niece, my brother and his wife were discussing moving out of the house. The green lady did not like that, and at bedtime, she followed them into their room. Another time, my sister in law got pregnant, and the green lady got mad again. She moved to the nursery and would stay in there. During this time, we lived there about 2.5 years. My sister in law was having twins, but lost one. The surviving twin was born with spinal meningitis and all kinds of other stuff wrong. It was at least a month before he got to go home. Then, my sister in law developed cervical cancer. Her mom, who used a walker, fell in the pool and injured herself. And on top of that, we couldn't seem to keep pets alive anymore. We had a golden retriever, a cocker spaniel, a cat, a couple of pet rats, and a guinea pig. The dogs got sick with pancreatic cancer and tumors growing on their sides. Our cat got ran over, the guinea pig got sick, and the rats were fine until my sister-in-law's mom forgot to take the towel cover off the cage on a hot day, and it cooked my niece's rat. We finally moved out, but we all agree, even after all this time, that something was wrong with that place. And whatever that green lady was, she was evil and was probably what made so many horrible things go wrong while we lived there.
Okay, I don't.
Well, that's like okay, disturbing, but it sounds like you're either like just a terrible pet owner or supremely unlucky. Like I don't know about
Yeah, I don't know how to respond to that, and that kind of reminds me of someone, and I think Dragon knows exactly who the fuck I'm thinking of, who's told us, well, technically told me a lot of stories of how it was a goldfish that his sister had, or that he had. It was a cat that he had, a dog that he had, to the point where it's gotta be some way of maybe they're just a bad, yeah, plaid. I'm fucking talking about plaid. Fucking, it's weird to fucking say this because like I kind of think maybe they are. Yeah, I don't know how to respond to that one. Dragon.
I'm a steward. Like I kill plants en masse, right? But like I've never killed a mammal. I've killed some of the reptiles and insects that I've tried to keep, but I've never killed a mammal. Like all of my pets have been redistributed into the wild or some form of captivity. So
Yeah.
I'm like, no, they have not died on me as far as I know. They've either just disappeared, so I don't know what happened to them, or yeah. Well, no, okay, no. My first dog, my mom did have put down, so that's the only one. But I wasn't aware of that at the time. So, but so I'm like, okay, so you've got to be really bad. What we should say, like 3 dogs, a cat, like a guinea pig, and 2 rats. And like, oh no, okay. So I did have a mouse one time that ended up dying. So I learned that one the hard way. Yeah, the mouse ended up dying from being kept in an improper tank. Okay, so that's 2 mammals that have died on my watch out of death. So it's like, okay.
With Plaid stories, it literally, I think Plaid also mentioned a horse at one point too. It does kind of fascinate me of like, what the fuck are you doing with your fucking pets? Like, how are these happening? Like, okay, for an example, with one of Plaid's stories he's told that I don't know what the fuck to say about, is one, he had a fucking was it I don't know if it was like a full white cat or if it was a full gray cat. It was one of the two. And fucking and I'm pretty sure Dragon just confirmed it was a full on gray cat. That pretty sure coming to know of how his pets have kept dying, like as if his family knew, like, well, that just drops dead in front of us. All right, son, go get the fucking shovel to bury it in the backyard, kind of thing. And I guess the cat fucking electrocuted himself by chewing on a wire. By being, well, you know what, cats. Sometimes dogs will do it too. Not gonna fucking lie on that. But I guess the cat electrocuted himself right in front of the whole entire family in the fucking living room. Just dropped dead. Didn't even move for like a long period of time. So they told Platt to go get the shovel to go bury it in the backyard. And apparently, when he came back in the house, the cat was completely fucking fine because it was up, walking around like nothing fucking happened. It was drinking water and eating food. And I
So what I
swear,
find most interesting about that story, but sorry,
yeah. I think of what he mentioned was it lost some part of fur on its tail, but it also like I think it was the lip of the cat was like numb, like he couldn't do anything about that anymore. But also, he started having some like discoloration on his fur. Like he went from a full gray cat to like a straight half gray cat and fucking part black or white. Like it was very weird but interesting at the same time.
I think it's interesting that like there's so it sounds like presumably you were a child or children in the house and the cat is able to electrocute itself, right? And then you're like, oh, there were kids in that area that could have electrocuted themselves, and I electrocuted myself when I was a kid. And actually, it was like a kind of a violent shock because we had an outlet that was broken when we moved into a place. And so I shocked myself the first time and I was like, oh, that was kind of interesting. So I intentionally did it again, like, because there were no adults around. I was like, and I stuck my finger back in that socket, like, the second time. And I was like, okay, better not do that a third time. But yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Like with my shepherd, when she was 7 months old, you know how puppies are and kittens are. They don't really understand of not to chew on certain things. So
Yeah.
since she decided to be like, hey, I'm gonna fucking start chewing on this wire that's plugged into the wall. I think it was our vacuum that was plugged in or something. I forget what the fuck it was. But she yelped and she realized, okay, I better not do that anymore. And she never did that ever the fuck again. Like, she knew, okay, I know for a fact if I do that again, I might die. Like,
It's like
fucking
when I was a kid,
something
like,
I don't
and
know.
when I always laugh when I hear the hot stove argument. When you tell a child not to touch a hot stove, because I had that experience as a child. So I went to my dad's house to visit, and he had one of those wood burning stoves, like that would heat the whole house.
I know what you're
And
talking
and
about.
so I was like, I was older. I was like maybe 6 years old or something. I wasn't very young. And I remember distinctly, I went over to the stove and I leaned on it and I put my hands against it the first time. And my dad was, very careful with me. He was like, oh shit, you hurt yourself. Don't do that again. And my hands were already blistered. And then over the course of the night, as I got over it, I went back to the stove and I leaned against it another time. And at that point, my dad was like, you know what? Now you're in trouble. Like, are you intentionally burning yourself? Like, what's going on? And I'm like, I didn't. It was like it split my mind. Like as a kid, I just became forgetful to the fact that I had already leaned against that hot stove. And I did it again. And after that, he like put a baby gate around it. You know what I mean? He was like, now. But I ended up getting a timeout the second time, you know? And so that was more memorable than actually leaning against the stove itself.
Yeah, I remember there was a time I must have been like fucking I don't know 5 maybe 6 years old. We moved into a different apartment, but like they technically call it a village apartment, which is kind of stupid in a way. And it was just me, my mom, and my brother. Well, I don't know what the fuck was going through my fucking head, but for some reason I was like, oh, maybe I should, have a fucking apple. But knowing as a kid, you don't understand of, hey, you shouldn't probably touch sharp knives, you can fucking hurt yourself with them. That when I attempted to fucking cut an apple, the fucking knife was so sharp that it straight cut the top of my it was actually my left thumb knuckle, right on the fucking knuckle, to the point where it was a big ass chunk of skin, and I was like screaming bloody murder. My mom's like screaming at me, but also at the same time asking me like, why the fuck would you do that, this and that? Like, are you okay?
Yeah, I remember something like that where I cut the skin between my fingers with a butter knife. And it was like almost impossible. Like, how do you do that with a butter knife? But I cut that little flap of skin right in between my fingers, and it like freaked everyone out. It was pretty painful. I should probably head out though. I gotta get ready, but I'll go listen to this side chat. Yeah,
Alright.
good. I like this stream.
I can't figure as much. How do I want to know how the fuck you cut your big toe? He just said that he's got to go to work, but he will listen in from the side chat. The hell sound was that? That's okay. Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna lie, I do know things of like that, where you just got a giant floppy skin just on and off, and you can close it. There are people who have weird pain thresholds. They can close wounds using a fucking lighter to close the skin and everything. And they learn that from like their military time. So I'm not too surprised about that, but yeah, I'm gonna continue with the podcast. I think there is 12 minutes and like 17 seconds left of it, so. Sucks to be you that sucks to be you that I made my decision not to have you on panel for a lot of reasons. I can't shit. I can't. You straight up sound like a fucking 2-year-old having a temper tantrum, trying to put words together but can't. I know you are. Fucking smartass. Well, no, because in the middle of the stream, they will hear me say something about Discord and your name. So, shut the fuck up. He's calling me a bastard right now, and he's still being a 2-year-old, but apparently this is fucking buffering. No. He's what Wildheart would say, musical interlude. Okay. I'm out of my drinks, I'm sad. I'm gonna be straight up drinking like air at this point. Oh, there. Okay.
There's an overwhelming number of stories on the internet of children having imaginary friends. And more times than not, they take a very unsettling turn. Stories of children making some invisible entity they later recognize in a picture from long ago, of someone who died many years ago, or the children who were overheard trying to let their new friend know that killing or hurting others is bad. Are these imaginary friends ghosts? Are they simply just a fictional character your child has made up to pass the time? We have asked ourselves these questions many times, especially since we have our own version of this very scenario. The reality of it is, even after hundreds of studies, psychology experts weighing in on the topic, thousands of articles, and even books on this topic, we will probably never know for sure unless we somehow discover the truth behind the paranormal. But the next time you hear your child talking to someone who isn't there, or maybe start crying because they see something you can't, you'll be wondering if it's indeed imaginary or possibly a visitor from beyond the veil.
So it seems that most of these children's imaginary friends ended up rooted in some kind of paranormal story.
Yes. Like, it's a lot of them had paranormal stuff surrounding them, or what they thought to be paranormal stuff surrounding them in their home.
Yeah.
So, like, it affected, even in some cases, like other kids that would come over.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's just,
Well, I did try to go online and I watched a bunch of videos about kids and their imaginary friends and talking to them. And even the videos that I found that weren't necessarily evil or bad or anything,
mhm.
there's one common thing about kids and their imaginary friends is when their parents ask them about them, they don't want to talk about them.
Ooh,
It's weird.
that is weird.
Yeah, because even this cute little video of this kid who drew a family portrait, and it was his mom, his dad, him and his sister, and then his imaginary friend. But when the mom would question him about the friend, he did not want to answer any questions. He would always he would kind of swerve around the question a bit.
Interesting.
So,
Wow.
and then you hear these stories of kids with imaginary friends that are like, I can't tell you about them. They're evil. They're mean.
Yeah.
And it's like, what are they really? I mean, that's the whole point of this episode, is that there seems to be a paranormal connection, or is this really just all made up kid stuff? I just don't know.
I don't know either. There's so many different variations of things that go into all of this, I think.
Yeah.
And it's kind of hard to narrow it down into what one thing it could be, or, a connection between certain things. I don't know. There's just so many variables here.
Well, while this isn't a normal episode, I'm still going to have to ask you.
Is it real?
But we're going to have to kind of do it a little different. This isn't so much of there's not really a thing of is it real, but do you think these are imaginary friends, or do you think this is a paranormal thing?
I think in most cases of kids with imaginary friends, that they are just imaginary friends. However, I do believe that quite a few could absolutely, definitely have something to do with the paranormal. I think kids and animals just see things and hear things and are just so, I want to say, innocent, which makes them more open to the paranormal and to things that could invite themselves in, or something that they just see that others can't. Whether they take it well, they take it bad. I definitely think this has links to paranormal. So what about you, babe?
I think quite the opposite of you. I think the majority of the time it's something paranormal because, like I've said before, paranormal doesn't always just mean ghosts. It just means out of the normal. And I actually read a study on newborn babies and how the way that they can tell things apart is different from how we tell things apart.
Huh.
Because as we get older, we develop this ability to see certain features of each other that, decipher people from one another.
Right.
But in babies, they don't have that. So they'll actually pick up on similarities that we can't even fathom.
Oh, wow.
And but it does go away as you get older. So I believe, just like how like ghost hunters and stuff are running around with this equipment that either records at a different spectrum or takes pictures on a different spectrum, I believe that babies have that ability, and little children, before it's gone, that they can see those things that we cannot see, and they have that ability to see these differences and things that we don't pick up on, we can't pick up on.
Right.
So I think I'm not saying that they're seeing ghosts, but I am saying that it is more times than not something paranormal, something out of the normal, at least something out of the normal that we would consider normal.
Right. Oh,
Maybe
absolutely.
it's something that's always there, but we just don't notice. So that's my take. And there's actually, I wish I could remember the name of the article. I would have wrote it down, but it was like this thing where there's 3 pictures of 3 different snails that all look somewhat alike. And and they ask you in the article, they're like, which 2 look alike to you? And there's 2 that definitely look almost identical. And what they're saying is, no, that third one actually looks more like one of the other ones, but only a baby would notice it.
Wow, that is
Yeah.
super interesting.
So that's my take, is that more times than not, it is something out of the normal. But it's one of those things that I don't think we're ever going to truly understand.
Yeah.
And it's not always bad for a child to develop an imaginary friend. Like I said, there are some benefits to it. It's just sometimes, honestly, more times than not, it seems like it takes a weird, dark turn.
Yeah.
And there are tons of videos that you see of these little kids talking to their imaginary friends, trying to convince them to not kill people, or please don't make me kill people.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, stuff like that. And I actually saw I didn't watch it, but there was like a video on YouTube about a little girl, imaginary friend. She ended up killing people.
What?
Because her friend told her to.
Stop it.
I'm telling you, man, this is a weird topic, and it all sprouted because because our son told us about seeing a ghost.
Yeah.
And then my sister listening to that episode that he said that on years later, or like a year and a half later,
Yeah.
and then telling me about her daughter's experience. And then it just kind of snowballed into this. Now, you were right, like, especially in my part, like, it was very hard for me to touch on all the topics. So this might actually be one that we come back to.
Okay.
I'd
definitely be interested into that.
I would like to dig a little deeper into this and maybe find some more stuff, because this is I think this is a very interesting topic. because this is like it's we're used to doing locations, but I think we're gonna start spanning out, do some other stuff now.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if you like the locations, don't worry, they're not going anywhere.
They are not.
They're not going anywhere. That's
They
our
are
thing.
our thing for
Yeah.
sure.
And oh yeah, I wanted to say, so for this Halloween, I've actually been thinking about reaching out to other paranormal podcasts and asking them what is the most haunted location that you know about where you are, and doing those for Halloween and
Ooh,
touching on
super cool.
yeah. So maybe we could even have some of their takes on these places since they know them well.
Yeah.
And maybe we can, maybe some of our listeners can find some new paranormal podcasts that they like through this.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. I've already got one.
Nice.
Yep.
Heck yeah.
Going to Pennsylvania for one. So, I mean, that's the topic. That's kind of it. So, I mean, there's really you're not going to get a definitive answer from us on this one because
Yeah.
there's just too much to this.
It's too vast. It's too open and honestly creepy.
Maybe in the future we'll do a series on this, more like, what are the faceless? What are the spiritual ones? What are the evil ones?
Well, because then you have like the black-eyed children and
Oh God, we're gonna do that one day.
and like things, things that kind of branch off of that. And I mean, just so many things involving kids, and it's just crazy.
Well, the black-eyed children one is one I think we've been talking about
Yeah.
that, doing that since we started this show.
Oh yeah.
But it's another kind of big one. I mean the ones that aren't locations, they take me a little bit longer just because it's different research in these kinds of things.
Right.
There's so many more theories and stuff involved. But we're gonna start doing some other stuff. But anyways, I'm gonna keep talking in circles. Where can they find us?
They can find us on Instagram at @ForTheBooze_podcast and on Facebook at For the Booze.
You can also find us on YouTube at For the Booze. I don't know why I did it backwards, but then you can find us on Twitter at For the Booze. And don't forget to come check us out on Twitter, where we're making Twitter or TikTok videos.
Yes.
Yeah.
TikToks.
Great.
The tickety
And don't
talkies.
forget, if you have a paranormal story, even if it's not about you, maybe it's about somebody you know, write it into forthebooze12@gmail.com, and we'll read them on the show along with any location suggestions that you may have.
Absolutely.
And one more important thing that they should do is
Rate and review.
5 stars.
Yes, 5 stars. Leave a comment. Say hi. Say whatever. Say what kind of car you drive. I don't care.
Yeah, that would be nice. I like cars too. I guess that's it. I guess that's where we're going to leave it this week.
Well, thank you, everybody, so very much for listening. And we will see you in the next one.
Bye.
Alright, first of all, what the fuck? Why did he have to mention snails? What the fuck does snails have to do? It makes no sense. Dragon he's so pissed in the background that I've been hearing him saying shit out loud like, shut the fuck up and all this. Trying not to fucking die laughing. Yeah, he's trying. I don't know. That's the thing. Fucking, like, I don't know how else to really explain that. Like, first of all, snails has no relation to any of this, but he knows he's keep going in circles. He understands that, so I guess that's something he might continue to do more of that. But like, I told you that he does not fucking get to the point right the fuck away. He will not shut up. I explained this many times. It's the thing is the fact that he kept going into the circle of my story, but also makes me want to smack him upside the head because he straight up said he should have written down of the website about the whole snail thing. Why the fuck didn't you? You did it with everything else. I don't understand. He did. Because he said something about babies. That's not. I don't think that's how it went, and I don't think that's how he was trying to get it at. What he was saying was babies can see something about. You're very. Yeah, you're very triggered right now. Listen, if I get a notification saying that my uncle has fucking gotten murdered, I will know instantly it was from you. Abe, I'm curious on what your last thoughts of this whole entire episode. It's because here's the thing for me. I was more doing this to more of getting answers of like towards my story and everything, but it seems like they were of what Rex would say beating around the bush of not actually giving fucking answers to it. Alright, good to know. I was asking a bunch of things and me and Dragon were talking and I wasn't sure if since I'm sharing my screen from Discord on panel, wasn't sure whether or not if you were, hearing me between the panel and the Discord at the same time or not. But good to know. What I was actually, I was answering your comments was yes, I would like to do that on your stream tonight. I would be fine with that. But I'm also fine of you mirroring the stream. I'm fine with that. I have no problem with that. In that technically you don't really technically you don't really have to ask me whether or not to mirror the stream. Like, you can do whatever the fuck you want with this channel. I mean, I don't fucking care what happens. If people want to make videos on this, that's fine on me. I'm pretty sure there is a chance I'm never gonna say no. So well, yeah, that's why I posted the fucking podcast link in the chat. Well, technically they're YouTube, but I will post their podcast too, I suppose. Yeah, I gotta fucking go through here. Yeah, they are kind of. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I know that they've done a lot of these things, but like just so that's their actual podcast. Towards that, but yeah. I mean, I'm down to do the stream with you. I'm just trying to figure out what fucking time that is my time. Because I know you're 3 hours behind. Huh? Interesting. Can you hear Dragon at all, Abe? I don't know. Right, we can see you talking, but I don't know. I think that was the reason why they couldn't hear me, was because yeah, hold on. Let me do some math with a broken brain. 10, 11, 12. So 12. Yeah, no, I'm actually down with doing it at 1. It is actually at 1 a.m. because I realized that, well, if it was 12 my time and it would be 9 p.m. for you. So yeah, it will be 1. Like I said, I'm down for that. Like, I think there's no chance of not doing anything else. But the question that I was also asking that Dragonari voted on was, should we do more reviews on that podcast with other episodes that he has? As far as like things that he's gone to and is talking about of his experience, and see if we would be like, okay, that's that can be made up or anything like that. I feel like I said earlier, that the whole entire fucking episode did not at all give me any fucking answers of what I actually originally wanted. But for him to circle around back to my story, I don't know. Yeah, it definitely took fucking long. That's for sure. Like, honestly, it was just. I still don't get why he mentioned something about fucking snails. That has nothing to do with that whatsoever. You find it interesting, so I'm assuming that's a yes as a vote. So we more likely have 2 yeses on that. Because he did mention he's got like fucking 80 something of these fucking episodes. So, I don't know. Did you say tell him to bring popcorn? Dragon says tell you to bring popcorn next time. Dragon was so triggered towards the end of the podcast. Like, I was hearing him in the background, like, shut the fuck up, he's triggered all this shit. And I'm like, trying not to laugh and everything else. Like, wow, my car runs better than it ever has. I need a new set of back tires now. I just laid 2 black marks about a half mile long. Interesting. Good to know. Also, welcome back, Christian Mark. I don't know how to respond to that. Like, I was expecting more of actually getting fucking answers, but yet he was beating around the bush, not actually like. There was a lot of things in there that was like way fucking too much. The background sound, some other sounds. Like, I get of what they're trying to do. That's understandable, but I feel like they've gotten fucking overboard on that. Drive dangerously, buddy. That's when you know that he's a good friend. I'm fucking dead. That's fucking hilarious. This is why we get along so fucking well. I know. But yeah, that's. And here's the funny part. My uncle's name is Steven. So I'm not surprised that we were kind of hearing a lot of people named Steve or Steven today. One of them coming from Jess's end. That was fucking some entertainment. Asking the spirit of fucking, what is your name? That's, messing with my shit. And it responds with, your mama. And I'm like, that's a low blow. Damn. Well, Dragon, I'm here to tell you a little something that I think might shock you. So, with everything that Jess has experienced, I've recently had to, because she was asking me a bunch of questions about something specific, that, the fuck message was that? Yeah, I don't care about that message. Okay, weird. Is that She actually, in fact, has a little bit of psychic in her herself. And I feel like I just killed you on that. Yeah, the reason why I'm telling you this is because of the things that she's been telling me, and the things of which most of it is similar to what I've experienced. But fucking Cece, I fucking love you right now. I don't know why, but I want to give you a fucking high five. Fucking. I'm done driving for the day. I will continue driving dangerously in the morning, Trusty Ape. I fucking love that man. He's funny. But other than that, yeah, so with some of the experiences that Jess has encountered and she's told me, that kind of made her rethink of what was actually going on. I, as for right now, couldn't, not that I couldn't, but I could tell where it was like leaning towards in some kind of way. Where her level of psychic is actually more lower than mine, where mine's pretty higher and stronger. She is now just learning hers, and she's now understanding hers more and more each day. So ever since I told her that she has that, shit's been going on. I don't really think in her mind of the way that she's thinking of these. That I really don't, it's not that she doesn't understand things. And I just realized that I've been streaming for like fucking 4 hours. Jesus Christ. That I didn't realize it was going to be that fucking long. Last time I checked, I was streaming for an hour. What the hell? But with her level of psychic, it's not that it's unexplainable, but it's also something towards of things are going things are going on with her to the point where she obviously it kind of doesn't understand but is trying to understand it. She's trying to get answers of it. But her level with how low her level is, as far as I'm concerned, if she continues to learn more about these things, there is a chance that it might get stronger. But if she doesn't, then it might stay as being low to the point where it's not going to be as much detailed or as much of what's the fucking words that I'm looking for here? Yeah, like where mine is. I don't think it's the fact that she's losing interest. I think it's more along the lines of, well, that, but like she's got a brain size of a goldfish, which is why her nickname in Discord for a lot of people is Miss Dory. Which which might lean towards her level might stay the same and not change at all. Well, here's the thing coming from me is that a goldfish does have a very large brain. Well, kind of. Wait, hold on. I don't think he was actually quite understanding the joke here. That technically it's not like we're actually calling her that kind of thing. It's more of we're making fun of her to the point where there's a lot of things that she doesn't really remember and she will forget. So it's not technically that. We're just making jokes here. I'm not doing that. I think that's too long of an explanation there. But spell check me doesn't. What I meant to say. Oh, were you? Oh, you were trying to say they don't. Okay, yeah, then yeah, we do agree they fucking do, and that's kind of as to why we call her that. Long story short, but when it comes to my point of view on these things, like yeah, like I said before, I am a half skeptic and a half believer. Like I don't fully believe in this 100% all the way. I know you are. But there really isn't an actual correct term of between the half and half with me. I've been legitimate been trying to find fucking specific like things about that, which clearly didn't like that. But with my level of these things, I'm so strong with mine that I can point out. Yeah, thank you, Cece. At least someone knows. Damn it. That with mine, I have more like specific details with mine. Mine is so strong that not only with the whole details thing, um, but also the fact that it can, like, I don't know, as what she calls them deja vu, I call them dreams of whether or not well no, deja vu is an actual real thing. It can happen, but to some people, not a lot of people though. Whereas, which is why is when she was explaining her deja vu stories, I'm like, yeah, she's got some. She's got something. Where I think with you, because I can easily tell, without being in person, but by hearing stories and everything, of recollections and stuff like that, you. I do, but I don't know why that's part of this conversation. I get that. I can understand that. Um episodes. Um that's not happening. You know, the other day, I think it was yesterday, I was explaining to people, I think it was, what the fuck was it? Tobin or Cece? It was someone who was so fucking interested in this shit that wanted to get the link to this channel. Someone recently was asking me or whatever some questions, which I honestly answered. But I was also explaining them about the fact of I do in fact have a team, and obviously you're on it, but you're also the bait. And I was explaining to people as to why you're the bait, but also that we have another person. Hold on. I was also explaining to the stream on my main channel that we have a second person that's the bait, and that's fucking Jill. Because I was explaining I had to explain of the fact of how it went down of actually thinking about that was because at one point it was either on Williams or fucking Sammy's streams that while I was fucking working that what like I come into their chat and I will talk whatever. And they were randomly like Silver, and I'm like just like working. I'm like, what's happening here? And they were like, can you please come up on panel? I'm like, why? Like, what's happening? I'm very concerned over what the fuck's going on here. They wanted me, yeah, they legitimate were, I swear, that it's not that I said no, I mentioned that I was working, but they wanted me to come up on panel to talk about this channel and to talk about paranormal a little bit and introduce myself and everything else. So when I did that, it seems William was so interested into it that he had a second thought because he thought, oh, am I gonna be the bait? And I'm like, no, we already have a person that's the bait, but if you want to, we can also have Jill as the bait. And he fucking died laughing. Honestly, here's the funny part there, Dragon. Jill, surprisingly enough, on my main channel's anniversary stream that I had last week, technically last Friday, he surprisingly came into my chat. But I'm gonna explain to you how he came into my chat and what the fuck happened, because I've got clips of this and I got a screenshot to prove, because, well, if you go back to the stream, it won't show the beginning, the part of when he was in the chat, but I got the screenshot to prove it, which I still find hilarious, that I had William's stream open, and it was fucking such entertainment, where Jill was getting slapped around, which does not fucking surprise me, and Ape decided to say or mention in Will's chat that I was gonna be streaming soon of my anniversary stream. And then when I went live and I still had William's stream open, he mentioned it in his chat again, but saying that I am live now and this and that. And he posted the link, which I'm fine with, don't get me wrong. I just found it hilarious that when he did that, that's how Jill got into my chat. And then Jill first words was Trump 2024. But then he says, "Hey, wait, you're not a man. I'm out." And fucking leaves because he doesn't like women for some reason. And fucking Abe just timed it. He didn't ban him, but he timed him out just to be funny. And then he went back into William's chat and says, "Silver Wolf is a woman, nice try." And then Abe got in there and said, "Hey, Jill," and then times him out right there too, which was fucking hilarious. And then it gets better. Fucking towards the end of that stream, Jill somehow managed to, I don't know what was going through his head, but he decided to come back into the chat and says, he said something about grades, and I'm like, what the fuck? Huh? Like, he confused me. Then he goes, "I want to educate you on grids." And Vexing goes, "Don't let him." And I'm like, I ain't that fucking stupid. I am not that dumb to fucking. I ended up having to look up of what grids was, and I'm like, yeah, that's not fucking happening. But the fact that he wanted to educate me on that is fucking hilarious. I like Jill. He makes me laugh. He is a Calvinist. We have differing interpretations of scripture. He has always been kind to me, though. You know what? It's weird because I was just talking about this with Ape recently as well. Because Jill did a stream of What is an Ape with Ape. And I was like, I'm definitely gonna be there to watch the fucking show. It was me and fucking Brandon that was watching it, and I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of funny. But surprise, like for some reason in my head, since I knew him, oh, for like a year now, I've only known him as the type of person who wouldn't shut the fuck up, would always lie about claims and, fake shit, doesn't get the evidence, all this shit. But then when I came to his stream with Ape, it seems like I was more expecting him to say something towards me because I wrote in his chat and everything. He wasn't actually mean. Like, I was kind of shocked. I was like, this is weird. The fuck? I don't know how I feel about this. But although, if, he did go into a circle on a lot of topics on his channel, to the point where there was a lot of topics that was going on that didn't make any fucking sense or be relevant to the topic that was going on. But we're like, alright, I don't know what else to really say to that. I know you were there. I just find it fucking hilarious though. But I'm actually not gonna lie, because when I was thinking about doing this stream today, because I wanted to get over and fucking done with, since my story was already fucking out there without obviously my approval, that I needed to do something about it, and I wanted to have people get clarification on my story and everything. You're bleeding? From where? Did you somehow hurt yourself when you were coming back or something? Like almost someone stabbed you with a fucking needle and just took it out. Weird. I'm going to apologize for my typos ahead of time. I'm having a few adult beverages. And then he says, "Who's bleeding? Get the first aid kit." I fucking love you. Dragon found dry blood on his left arm for some reason. I don't know how to respond to that. But you're good with your typos, dude. Like I'm not a lot of people understand that I can somehow speak typo. I don't know how the fuck I can do that. Where really, because like there's a lot of okay, there's a lot of people who will speak will type certain things, and I will somehow understand of what the fuck they were trying to say. I did that with Jest for a long time, so yeah, that too. I'm celebrating getting my car fixed. I don't blame you. I honestly really don't blame you there. I've also I don't know if Ape is still here, but I might mention this on his stream tonight. I don't know. But the thing is, I do want to also explain with my imaginary friend, there's a possibility that it could have been someone in my family. Because two things. One, there was two kids in my family, which is a weird, odd coincidence, I'm not gonna fucking lie, who passed away at a very, very young age before I've ever fucking like I've never met them. I know my cousin DC hasn't met him at all. So my cousin's parents had a child, a son, before DC, who was around, I think she mentioned he was around 2 years old. He passed away at the age of 2. So he never really got a chance to meet his brother. And then he obviously came along. So he's like the only child right now. But then there was another child that I'm pretty sure around the same age has passed away. He was technically supposed to be my uncle. I mean, I have so many fucking uncles, but he was supposed to be my uncle, and I never really got to meet him, and neither did my other uncle and my father at all, to the point where he has died in the hospital on fucking table. There was at one point he was fine, he was being a normal child, nothing was wrong with him. And I think what my grandmother mentioned was she noticed, like, he was the first child too. She noticed that there was something wrong with him. She noticed that he wasn't eating at all. Like he was one of those kids who loved to eat. But apparently, there was something going on with him that they couldn't figure out what or as to why he just suddenly never ate anymore. And excuse me for that sneaked up fucking burp out of goddamn nowhere. That they ended up finding out that he had a brain tumor in his head, and he died right on the fucking table in the hospital. So what they were thinking, or what my mom was thinking, was, so first of all, the first child that, I don't know how the cousin that I was supposed to meet, I don't really know exactly how he passed. But I think they said that he was also sick. So they think that there's a possibility that it was him that was my so-called imaginary friend. Because here's the thing. If it was someone in the family, also someone who went to our family friend Steve-O when he was a little boy, there is a possible chance that it probably was my cousin Adam when he died. I don't know, like, I never gotten a name from him or anything like that, but it is kind of scary to kind of know of whether or not your imaginary friend was possibly someone from your family. And that never really crossed my mind for a long time. But since he never really harmed me in any kind of way as a kid, there is a possible chance that it probably was him. I don't know. There is the thing with my family that kind of well, DC, that that my family did kind of not tell me anything growing up. Where, like, my mother, for instance, she did mention to me, because she's the one that put out the story in the first place. But she ended up talking with me and kind of made a little bit of sense of how I might have gotten of what I had. So it turns out she has a little bit of psychic too, but she never really, not that she didn't understand it, she kind of just brushed it off like it was nothing and turned away from it. So, I mean, that was kind of shocking towards me. And then we have her aunt, DC's mother, who has what it seems like, she doesn't have psychic, but she's got something where she does see spirits. Like Mikey. Who I'm surprised didn't come here. But she will she's like she will talk in like third person or first person, whichever one, and it's really fucking annoying when she does that. And I'm pretty sure I straight up overheard, because I was next to DC at this point, he was like, I don't want you talking to my son in like third person or first person or some shit. Like, I don't fucking blame you. I don't blame you there. He is actually more interested in this stuff as well, which is why he's got this channel as well. Which, sorry to talk about this there, bruh, but the way your mother fucking explains to people of like certain things like that, kind of, I mean, I wanted to question her that day, but at the same time I didn't, because I didn't want to get to like into some weird argument with her. Like, I'm sorry, but like, you can't go to people on a holiday to be like, oh, hey, I know you just kind of got here, and I know you're, probably about to fucking eat, but I'm about to fucking tell you that, your father is standing right behind you. Like, what? You can't do that. It's, that's, you need some, like, respect for people. Like, I'm sorry, but I want to question her a lot. With a lot of the things that I've noticed growing up with her. That it's weird, because, like, she'll straight look at me and just smile. She would just constantly be smiling at me, and it's terrifying. Hmm. It's not out of the blue. It's like when we enter her fucking home, and the whole entire time being there, she barely would talk to me, but she would also just straight constant smile at me. Like, it's creepy. Like, like, I'm sorry, but like, what kind of person does that? Let alone, like, I don't know if she was wanting to tell me that I may have this and this and this. Like, I don't know, because it was when she was talking to me about our family friend, Richie DeLuca, when he passed away and everything. Yes, we were talking about him. But it was almost the way she would talk about him, like like she knew I had a bond with him. But the way she knew it seemed a little creepy in a way, as to oppose of, like, she knew what I was dealing with or how I was dealing with it, but almost as if I don't know, I know it didn't come out of her mouth at all, but it seemed as if she wanted to tell me about something, but she didn't. Like, it happened with, my second grandfather, with our family friend Richie. I don't know, like, I don't know if she sees anything in me. It's just, it's weird. Not entirely. I was just explaining of my family history of what I technically have, but also with my imaginary friend could have possibly been my little cousin. Well, I'm calling him little because technically he was 2 years old, and he was the firstborn in the family that I'm talking about, where it was possibly him that was my imaginary friend as a kid. Like, if our family friend Steve-O had the same imaginary friend, but also knows the family, that's an actual possibility that it was Adam. And that was his name. The other child was named Connor or Connolly. I think it was Connor. But I've seen photos of Connor, but I've never seen photos of Adam. I've always seen photos of DC. So it's weird. But it's just kind of understanding of what I have is possibly true, and I'm not making shit up, and I'm not fucking going nuts. That I kind of got some confirmation of like my mom has a little bit of psychic, but she brushed it off and never really paid any attention. Where her aunt also has something, but she doesn't have psychic. She has like some one ability out of fucking everything that I fucking have. So it's weird. That's all I can really say. And especially with my cousin in Florida, who's now fucking 30 years old. Cannot believe that she's in her fucking 30s. Apparently, yeah, she's a good cousin of mine, but she was a little girl that woke up in the middle of the night crying because of some war that got hit or some shit. Where I get, according to them, she predicted, which I don't think it was more of a prediction. I think it was more of I don't know about that. Because it was on, or it was around the same year and around the same month is when the whatever it was got hit and people drowned. So technically, it wasn't the past kind of thing. It was more along the lines of, she could have had a little tiny bit of deja vu. Like just a there's a thing where a long time ago, me and another person have done some research about this, where one out of a specific generation of the family, depends on the person, that they will get the gift. And where it skipped my brother, but it got to me. Where mine is stronger than my mother's, apparently. Like, she only has one, but I seem to have everything else than anyone else in my family. It's definitely something creepy, but also definitely something never crossed my fucking mind at all. Like, I kind of want to talk with DC about this. Because I do want to ask him a lot of questions, whether or not if he has had any possible imaginary friends or anything like that when he was a kid. Because I am curious, and he is one of the good fucking people in my family. He absolutely, we had the best bond in the fucking world. Where we shared the same fucking birthday, and we both are, sarcastic assholes and have a very dark sense of humor, but it seems as if the more I talk with him, the more common things that we actually have. But it seems like between him and I got more balls and more confidence than he does. But I would like to have him up on panel. I'm very curious on if the next time I will talk to him will more likely be on Thanksgiving. his parents' house, probably. Again, that I'm very interested, and honestly, it does kind of scare me a little on these kinds of things because, like I said, it never really crossed my mind. But I reason I do want to actually ask my uncle as what got him into the paranormal. What got him into investigating other locations and talking about it? Like, I'm curious about that, but like I'm apparently supposed to be answering questions from him, but I haven't heard anything from him. So I don't know what's fucking going on there. Um but this kind of stuff does fascinate me, and from my perspective, I didn't get into this stuff because I wanted, well, not because I wanted to, more along the lines of I kind of wanted to get answers. I wanted to see whether it's real, and all that stuff. So, there. Like, we technically really didn't get much of evidence and answers on my story, but he did say that I think they're gonna make more episodes about that, and that kind of fucking concerns me. Of where it might go. um, but like other than that, like I do appreciate my family, and I do appreciate with of how now I feel like I'm not fucking going insane because of my family. But possible, like, now I feel like. Because my mom did ask me, when did I stop seeing my imaginary friend? And it was around the age of like 11 or 12. It was right kind of a little bit of after we moved in this house. And I think there might be a reason to that, now that I think about it more. There's a chance of, I think the reason why he stopped coming around was possibly because of what's in here. There is other entities in this house, but there is a good chance that he didn't want to come around anymore because of some entities that are in here in this house that could possibly maybe hurt him. I don't know. If you had to ask, it might be impossible to know. You're a minute behind. You're fine. So did you hear about what my imaginary friend could have possibly been? A family member? Did you hear that? Oh, yeah. That I don't fucking know. Like how you came onto panel recently, and yes, I'm bringing this up because that was funny. That basically, if we were asking Jess a lot of questions, that we were more likely gonna get no answers from her. Like, the more question you ask from her, the more answers you're not gonna get. Which was fucking hilarious. Yeah, she really isn't, honestly. I do try to understand of what the fuck she tries to say. What? The fuck? A chicken and an egg to be reborn. I don't know what the fuck to say to that, but okay. Yeah, I don't know how to respond to that. So what are your thoughts on that there, Abe? I'm curious to know. Like, what do you think about my family and about what I was talking about with Adam and Connor? I'm very curious. I don't know why I'm so fucking curious, but I am. Like, fascinated by this shit. It's weird. I mean, I feel like it is kind of normal to be fascinated by this, but you know. Well, you gotta understand that she has dyslexia and she has a lot of ADHD. So it makes a lot of sense of what actually happens with her. So I feel you there. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I do agree with you on that. She does need to get out of the house a lot more, like I fucking do. I think a lot of families have stories kind of like these, but is it evidence of spirits or evidence of mass illusions? I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. Was it actually Adam that I was encountering? Like he never, whatever it was, never fucking harmed me. But it was at the same time afraid to continue to be around me in some kind of way. Um, like he jumped from between Steve-O and towards me for perhaps a reason of, oh, she's actually, you know, part of the actual family because she's got the blood of blah 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 and everything else. So I don't know. I really fucking don't know. DC, if you're fucking listening to this, can you please fucking message me? Like I did tell you, if you are fucking listening to this, at least let me fucking know. Damn it. I need to know whether or not if I just fucking embarrass myself or not. Shut the fuck up. You're not helpful. The fuck? I have no comment to what I just saw, but okay. Thanks, Snapchat, for that. Yeah, I've never, as a person who hasn't seen pictures of Adam, it's hard to really tell. I know with Connor, that just sounded like someone's tire just popped on my street. I fucking heard that. I don't know, but it sounded like someone's tire just popped. I don't know. Yeah, so I've seen photos of Connor, but I don't really know whether or not that wasn't weird at all. It sounded like someone was probably listening in. that basically it is hard to explain because, yeah, it is my family, but also, like, could it have been Adam or Connor? Like I said, since I've never seen photos of Adam, it might have been a chance. But since I've seen photos of Connor, maybe would been him too. I really fucking don't know. This is why I want to fucking like talk with DC on this, because he is part of this family, but he is also very interested in this kind of stuff somehow, which makes me want to question him a lot at this fucking point. But I think the most important question is like, who was it really, and why? Like, it's really hard to say. My son just got a couple of his friends over and duked it out in my front yard. Interesting. No comment. Very good to know there, Cece. I don't know what the fuck to say to that. But like, I've been around a lot of children's spirits, and I know with one of them is actually with me right now. She's actually technically have been here from the start. Courtney, which I'm fine with. Yes, you do know her. Our spirit adoptive spirit child. It was very interesting, kind of like being at a MMA fight. Good old fisticuffs. What the fuck? Fisticuffs. I'm fucking dead. I can't. That's funny. I don't know how to comment on that. I demand you on fisticuffs? What fucking shit? I have, but it was a long fucking time ago. You gotta remember that. Dragon just called me old. I'm 24. Wow, love you too, bro. There was never a dull with a young son in the house. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Are you calling your son out? I feel like you're calling your son out. If so, god damn. But I do have to say, I don't think I've ever in my life have I ever seen someone write in my chat fisticuffs. Fucking what the fuck? I mean, here's another thing, right? I'm pretty sure I might bring up Richard on this, where when it comes to seeing things, you do in fact do see some things. So there might have been. It's an old timey saying. Well, Abe is 10 years older than me, and I'm 24. So What the fuck you think? Dragon just called you ancient. I'm fucking. Oh, I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. Hey, leave us alone with our fucking timing, damn it. Oh, you're very welcome. Cece, you have to understand who I really am. I have a very dark sense of humor, but I like that kind of shit, okay? So you can do as much of it as you fucking can. Or as much as you want. Yeah, I know. As far as like me and fucking DC, I swing. I remember the first time DC wrote to me and he was like, I'm watching your stream. I'm like, fuck. Like, fuck. He was like, oh, I'm so honored. I'm like, shut up, you're not helping. Fucking damn it, him. Yeah, well, you know what was even more embarrassing, Dragon? I recently made a drawing for William, and Abe can vouch for this, because he thought it was fucking hilarious as well. That my chat was kind of dead, but I was just drawing on paper first. And I was about to fucking show off the motherfucking sketch. Because I knew William. I knew how much he came to my chats. So, knowing of how much he barely ever came to my chats, I knew, okay, I can probably show this off. Motherfucker, he's goddamn Beetlejuice. I was about to show off the fucking sketch, but I fucking couldn't. And I have a clip of this, because I'm the one that clipped it, because I wanted to keep it, that motherfucker comes in right when I was about to fucking show it. And I'm like, motherfucker! My god fucking damn it! Nate was just like, that's perfect timing. I'm like, motherfucker, I can't. So now every time I think or say something about William, it's like saying Beetlejuice, and that motherfucker will goddamn show up. Well, you haven't really been like that for a while, so. I actually have, but that's because, yeah, because you don't have the Discord server, and I've been in that specific Discord server actually for quite a while, and so has Ape. So, which I'm still apologizing that I feel so bad you had to meet Coda. Coda? You don't know Coda. Coda has met you, but you don't remember who the fuck Coda was? The 13-year-old? He's from Jess's Discord server, Wolfgang. He mentions to me, well, that's what he called you for his nickname was Pussy Boy. Yeah. Yeah, well, from fucking Jess's brain that she decided to fucking do was call. Hold on. She fucking decided to say that he is my nephew and that I'm his Auntie Silver. And that I'm her sister. Good luck with that. Nice. Damn. Savage. Yeah, I want to smack Coda sometimes. I really fucking truly do. But I still want to apologize for it that he met Coda. Dragon, here's a funny thing. Abe has technically been on my side of things on messing with Jess, making fun of her. Hold on. Yes, but of what we've already done was last time she was not speaking straight fucking English on panel. He comes in saying she's speaking in tongue. He seems like a good kid. Boy, that motherfucker will play with knives and somehow hurt himself. He got shot yesterday, and when he called me up while I was fucking streaming, I didn't answer the phone call, but he left me a fucking audio message, and I could barely understand the kid, but he was saying like he got shot, and I was like, excuse me, huh? So he had me worried, so I had to fucking get confirmation what the fuck happened. Dude, I can't with this child. He fucking got shot by a 10-year-old in the back, the finger, in the fucking chest, with a toy gun. And yet he couldn't seem to tell me that in the fucking first place. That kid, I swear to God to you, will fucking straight, just, oh no, see, I'm pretty sure he's talking about the kid that I'm talking about. Sorry. Coda is not really a good kid. He is a child who can't seem to be left unsupervised like Jess. So, it's one of those things. Also, I wasn't really expecting Brandon to just it's weird because I know Brandon wanted to meet you, but it seems like the whole entire time Brandon was just talking about police cars and shit the whole entire time and didn't even like actually want to talk with Abe, but I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Like he wanted to meet him. So what the fuck? Yeah, no, you're fine. That's why I corrected you, Cece. Fucking, I can't. Honestly, I just fucking can't. Well, here's what I can tell you, Dragon. The Discord that I have created, the Not With Stupid one, on Ape's behalf here. One fucking point, which I thought that was awesome. That, so in that server, I have a separate voice chat called Timeout. So if it was between Jess or Coda, I would definitely put one of them or possibly both in timeout if I have to. But also, mind you, Coda has no, let's just say, access to the stream lobby voice chat, while everyone else does. So, it's kind of entertainment. Not gonna lie. That's because I don't trust the kid while I'm fucking streaming. Also, you never fucking answer my question there, Abe. What makes you think you can maintain my innocence? Coda Coda said something when they were talking, and Abe replied to him saying something about maintaining my innocence as much as possible. And I'm like, that's adorable. I don't think I really have much of innocence left. Yeah, you never really technically answered my question there. Well, that is not what I meant to click. I'm gonna close that because that is not what I wanted to open. I'm like, that's not what I wanted to open. I'll go off launcher. You had a stepson named Coda. He was hell on wheels. Well, the Coda that I'm talking about, he's a 13-year-old child who I think is on fucking drugs. I honestly cannot tell you what the fuck is wrong with that person. So, I'm not too surprised in some kind of way. Oh, speaking of the person of their podcast that we reviewed, he's on fucking Facebook. I'm tempted to or to not fucking message him about that. So, I don't know. Kind of don't want to. What the fuck? Did we Tucker the Dragon out? Oh, god fucking damn it. That is not what I wanted to look at. Fuck. It's funny that I was just talking about Rochi DeLuca not too long ago that his daughter just posted or changed her profile picture of her and him dancing. I'm like, motherfucker. What the hell? Yeah, I know. Richie, honestly, he's like DC, I swear. Like, him and I had such a great fucking bond. I could not, like, resist messing with him like I was messing with DC. I'm sorry, it's Shinedown Day? That's a thing? I didn't know that was a thing. I know that there was a thing of Godsmack Day, but I didn't know that was Shinedown Day. Yeah, okay. Talking about music. A band. And I took that because, well, I'm an asshole. My browser has blocked my screen. Wait, what? Your browser has blocked your screen. Click the screen icon in your address bar to allow access. What the fuck are you on, bitch? Weird. No comment to that, but okay. I feel like I tuckered myself out here because my stomach is just fucking straight growling at me and shit. Um, I don't know what else to really talk about or let alone do, but I might make this off air. Also, when you're mirroring, I don't know what's for supper. If you're gonna mirror the stream, Abe, how much of it are you gonna mirror exactly? I'm curious on that. King Dragon's done with a dog right now. I'm dead. Wait, Dragon? Dragon? What happened? Uh-huh. Swimsuit? Okay. Mm-hmm. Aw, Dragon was dealing with a puppy that was, well, waiting until your stomach is growling isn't the optimal time to decide what's for supper. I mean, yeah, honestly, here's the thing. I barely eat. Like, there's been so much times that, I didn't really want to eat breakfast. Like, I would most likely wait until I'm hungry, and then I would eat something, but I would usually eat like once or twice a day. At least. I barely eat, but I think it's because of how much weight I've lost over the fucking years that I'm like not as hungry for food as much. So there's that. But I am kind of excited for tonight though. I kind of am. But it would be, huh? I would be on Ape's channel tonight. Fucking door. Excuse you. No, that's karma for you. That burp that hurt you, that's motherfucking karma. Dragon's getting dirty. Oh, that's fine. Yeah. That's like legitimate all I can really say, but I'm thinking of just making this off air. So if people still want to join off air, that's up to you. But what the actual fuck? This is why I didn't have you on panel, damn it. Wow. First you were mad at me and now you're like, thank God you didn't. Wow. I see how it is. Yeah, I don't know what to say to that, but I do appreciate for everyone that came into the side chat, and I do appreciate for Ape to actually being on panel with me to get through that fucking episode. That was very interesting, and I think, as far as I'm concerned, between Dragon and Ape, that as far as the vote just technically happened, and confirmed that I guess I will be reviewing more episodes, which would be fucking interesting, because I don't know of what the fuck he's got to say on a lot of his episodes that he's done. So, yeah, that's all I can really say right now. But I was fairly disappointed that I was not getting my answers, which kind of leans me towards more of skepticism than like believing in this stuff. So, I don't know. But well, yeah, he did fucking just pull shit out of his ass. But I had no choice though. I am so glad cannot hear you for that. No, please don't. No, 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 no. Mm. Mm-hmm. I do want to test that out, but I'm pretty sure that cost money. What the fuck? Can you fucking send me a link of that? Cause alright, before my brain starts melting more, I'm gonna end it, but it will also be off air. If anyone wants to come back, you can. So, but bye.